Good counter on that. All right, the time is 6 p.m. and let's go ahead and start with the study session. Mark Persig, I believe you're up.
It is me. Give me a second. I'll pull up my presentation. Okay, tonight we're going to talk about Northwest 5th Street. I'll go through first connecting Washington and talk about the history of that, and then specifically talk about Northwest 5th Street. I'll talk about kind of our standard for that typical type of road, the various designs that we went through, some additional info just to have for consideration, then questions I have for council, and then we can have questions and discussion. And obviously, feel free to interrupt me during the presentation. So connecting Washington, it was passed by the state legislature. It was a funding package back in 2015. They essentially implemented that in 2016, and the city received $7.7 million from that, specifically to reduce congestion on 503, 502. There were several projects to essentially accomplish that goal. The first was the Fifth Way extension. So that was the road that was behind Fred Meyer's to connect to 503. And that was packaged with the 12th Avenue and main signal removal. So if you remember back in the day, there used to be a signal coming out of Fred Meyer's, which has since been removed. There were improvements at 8th Avenue and Main Street. There were the First Street improvements. That's the road near Fred Meyer's that goes from 15th to 12th. We had the actual intersection of 503, 502, 15th Avenue and Main Street intersection improvements, Northwest 5th Street, which we're talking about today. And then at one time, there was the First Way extension. That's the road behind the hotel. That project was abandoned pretty early on in the process. So just a quick status of the various projects. The first 5 have been completed. Main Street and 15th Avenue, we finally received approval from WashDOT. I was still working on purchasing the part or the little bit of property we need on the southwest corner of the intersection. So we're anticipating to construct that in summer of 2026. And then Northwest 5th Street's under design. Kind of just a summary of the dollars we've spent so far. The Fifth Way extension, which included the signal removal, that was about $1.6 million. 8th Avenue and Main Street was $150,000. Northwest 1st Street was about $700,000. 503, 502 was $1.65 million. We also spent $4.1 million in federal funds on that project. And then 15th and Main Street, about $1 million is the estimate with design and right away and everything kind of put in. So if you add those all up, it's about $5.1 million. So specifically moving on to 5th Street. So our standard is essentially the transportation system plan called for a neighborhood collector. So if you were to build the one out of our plan, it would be a 50-foot right-of-way, 32 feet curb to curb, and then 5 feet sidewalks on both sides with the planter strip in between the curb and the sidewalk. So we worked on a first design, talked to some school district staff, and you can kind of see it here. This is the kind of large blown out view. In that first design, like I said, in discussions with some Battleground School District staff, we came up with a revised section. So kind of in front of CAM School, we had an 8-foot sidewalk on the school side. There was a CMU wall along the CAM campus, and then there was removal of the sidewalk on the north side. And then in the ball field section, we had the same 8-foot sidewalk. They requested a guardrail at the curb, and then again, the similar removal of sidewalk on the north side. And that was essentially to limit the impact to the fields as much as possible. Other items we talked about, or other items that were on that design, there was a driveway to the Louisville campus. You can kind of see it there to the left. There's a path that comes down from the schools to the north, so we put it a protected crossing where that path is. And essentially it has the rapid rectangular flashing beacons. We showed a future conceptual parking lot for the school district. This wasn't anything that was that would get built with the project. It was just kind of a concept to show that in the future, if they needed parking, it could work with the storm pond that we needed, and then with the road improvements. And then we showed a space for Cities Well 12. As you know, we're replacing wells 1 and 2, or we have a project to replace 1 and 2. One of the sites we're looking at is up here near the school. So we came up with a second design. So that first design we took to the school board, did a presentation to them. And so after that, we added a couple things. Near Cam, we added a drop-off lane. It sounded like there were some issues with parents trying to drop off kids for Cam and not wanting to go through the 5th and Main intersection. So they'd be up near the other schools, that sort of thing. So we provided a lane to possibly help with that situation. And then we came up with an alternate bus exit. So in talking with the school district, the way the buses have to come in to make sure that when the kids are getting on the buses, they don't have to cross a drive aisle. They're turned essentially facing east. And so giving them a path to get up and actually able to use the new road there. And then we looked at a fully alternate design to that. The school district had concerns with going across the main part of the campus. And so we came up with an option that used 7th Street. So you had the 2 ends still coming off 503 and Parkway, but essentially going up kind of circuitously using 7th. And so that's that design there. So now I'm going to get into some just additional info to kind of keep in mind as we have our discussion. So it's anticipated that about 2,650 vehicles will use the street at the build out 2044. A roundabout is recommended in the future to create a full movement access at 503 and 5th Street. And obviously that will make that street more usable when you can actually make both left and right out of there. And so that was the recommendation for that. Things to remember about the right of way. So in the orange here on the screen, which is kind of your middle section, that is something the city would have to purchase. On the right-hand side, the green area, we purchased that property quite a while ago. So it's something we already own. And then the yellow, as part of the CAM development that the school district did, they were required to dedicate the right of way from CAM over to 503. So that's actually a requirement of their the project that they did. Then just a little bit of info from the school district. So we did present to the board on February 10th. I got the feeling that the board generally didn't appear to support the project. That's my opinion of the conversation. I'm not putting those words in anyone else's mouth but mine. And then just a note that that board has changed over since the election. So there are a few new members on it since that presentation. Other relevant information. So WashDOT has approved the right in, right out on 503 for the non-alternate options. WashDOT won't approve the right in, right out on 503 for that alternate design that I showed you. City traffic consultant confirms there is no city benefit to the alternate design. If the project doesn't move forward, WashDOT will not require payback of the funds already spent, but we would need to justify why the project won't move forward with them. And then there's likely a funding gap of several $1 million. We'll know more after the next to last project goes to bid. And, because we have so many different designs for 5th, it's kind of hard to give an estimate at this point. So when we have a more final design, we'll know what the actual 5th Street project costs, so we can create that cost estimate. So my questions for you is, does council want to continue moving forward with this project? If so, how would we like to move forward with the school district? And then I'm happy to answer questions and help with the discussion.
Mark, on the roundabouts, I understand future use as Onsdorf is a candidate for a roundabout. And if there was a roundabout there, does that affect, will the state, with that many traffic inhibitors, for lack of a better term, will that change the speed limit going north and south?
Yeah, we had a discussion with the state last year, and they're big. We essentially adopted a 40-mile-per-hour speed limit on 503. The state hasn't implemented that yet, so it's still at the 55 it is now. But what they had said is as these roundabouts start coming in, they'll create the engineering piece of the puzzle to essentially slow it down. So yeah, I would expect that you would see 40 out there when you add the roundabouts in.
Okay. I have another, but I'll wait my.
Do you want to go ahead? Yeah, I have three, so go ahead.
So the next question I have is the section from Main to Onsdorf. It's currently a single lane each direction.
Yes.
Proper planning would suggest that we should be going 2 lanes each direction in the future. What kind of cost would we save if Fifth were to hold off until eventually that road was widened? And I guess this is a 2-part question because
Sure.
if we're adding a roundabout, that's if this goes through and we add a roundabout, that'd be a complete rebuild of the roundabout. Plus there would be some property modification to our, if we built that to the 5th intersection there.
So yeah, so to be clear, the roundabout, the state's not requiring the roundabout as part of this first phase. So we could build 5th, have the right in, right out, essentially meet the grant requirements and be okay with the state. If the roundabout comes in, yes, there's kind of something that we should figure out during the design is our transportation plan calls for, like you said, 503 to be essentially 2 lanes in each direction out there. How would you design the roundabout and essentially to not have to throw away a bunch of stuff if that became 2 lanes after the roundabout came in, or does it happen as all one project? And then obviously you have larger costs for that. But most of what we would do on 5th would be universal to the roundabout. You wouldn't have to throw away a ton on that project in order to do the roundabout in the future. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, it does. Is it on the state's radar to widen that road anytime soon?
No. So like I said, it's in our transportation plan, which is up to the next 20 years. The last I checked with the state, it is not in their 20-year transportation plan or their version of a transportation plan.
Thank you, Mark, for the good information. Three questions, actually. The first one is on, I don't know what number your slide was, but you say on the additional information of the traffic study, it was anticipated 2,650 vehicles per day will use the street at the 2044 horizon period. So which street are you talking about? Just 5th
Just 5th.
itself?
Yeah, if you put traffic counters right in the middle of 5th, that would be the daily count you would expect.
What's our count like today? What's a normal count today?
So obviously 5th doesn't exist, so there wouldn't be anything now, but
So it would stay you'd be just figuring traffic counts on Parkway and 5.
yeah, essentially what would happen is 5th would probably pull from Onsdorf and from Main Street. So essentially those 2 roads would lose 2,650 trips.
Got it. And in the original slide where you talk about in the original intent of the grants was to reduce traffic at 502 and 503. So actually, we're 10 years into this. Do we have a percentage of how much we have reduced, or have we not reduced because of continued population growth, or what's the data on that now?
Yeah, so to be clear, the reduction was congestion. And so
Okay.
there's a couple ways to do that. One is to physically pull trips from the intersection. And that was kind of the concept behind 5th Street is if you could get the traffic, especially traffic going to the school, some of that traffic, especially the people going north, off in the afternoon time period, that would pull some of it, which would make it better. The 503, 502 project in itself made the intersection bigger, so it's able to function better. So I know for a fact, just one, from driving it every day, and two, from seeing the data that 503, 502 is actually functioning really well. I think the biggest bang for our buck was just the intersection improvements in themselves. So this improvement, while it will help, is going to be a fairly small increment of the overall improvement to the intersection.
So for all intents and purposes, we have met the intent of the grant.
Yeah, I mean, to me, nothing in the grant said you must reduce it by 14%. There's no number. It would just, you reducing congestion at 503, 502. I think that's been fairly successfully done.
So there's no negatives to the city by not moving forward with this.
I think there's other things, and not to quote Shane, but, he's mentioned a few things that, are project specific, but more like from the political side of things that I think you could argue. But from a pure, did we reduce congestion at 503, 502? Yes, I believe we've met that goal.
Thank you.
Our total grant was 7.5 million.
7.7.
7.7. We spent 4.1. 5.1.
Well, 5.1 when the 15th will be done.
So we still have 2.6 left.
Approximately, yes.
So here's the issue that I have is, number one, this was part of selling the project. And so, and I'll throw a number out to you so that council knows this and why this is important. So when we sat on the corner of 502, 503 with the majority coalition, which was the Republicans and a few Democrats that crossed over in the Senate, and the Democrat House leadership for transportation, when they came down and met us out here, we had a construction company in town that was talking about what happens at 3 o'clock. Okay. And I don't even think it's 3 o'clock. I happened to be at McDonald's the other day at 11:30 and saw the rush that is going across the street, whether it's crossing the street, crosswalks that is stopping traffic. And so let me just throw a number out there for you so you can realize in real money what it costs. They have 800 plus employees. If 800 employees spend 15 minutes a day in traffic and their billable hours are $100 an hour, that's $20,000 a day they're losing. So when you have places like Dick's Tire that trucks were talking about going into and fueling up, and they don't go there past 2 o'clock, getting in and out of the post office at that time of day is a nightmare. Many times my wife will say, hey, we need to go check the mail. And I'll be like, not at 2:30, we're not. I'll check it at 7 tonight, because you don't want to be anywhere near that downtown area when school lets out, or even in the morning when it happens, when they go to school. So the problem is we sold this to the state, and I understand the state says, okay, we want to know why you didn't do this. Okay. But we were on the first 6 years. By the way, this was supposed to be completed in 2022. It was a 6-year project. There was 3 bienniums that was supposed to happen in. Okay. COVID happened, a bunch of other stuff. We're in 2026 and we're still not done. So all of the other jurisdictions that were fighting for that pot of money, and we got put in the first years. Okay. There was a lot of them that got put on the back end and may never see that money because it's inflation and everything else has just killed it. And so they didn't get the opportunity to see that. And so my issue with it is we need to get traffic off of Main Street. It's not going to get any less busy. We put a Band-Aid on it right now. We did. If we had our way, we would have never started with Northwest 12th or West 12th and Northwest 5th. And in fact, when we did that, Northwest 5th was supposed to have a merge lane all the way to 503 or 502. And we pulled that out of it and said, oh, we don't need to do that. And we only went halfway with it. And so you can't even come out of there and just merge into traffic and go. And so we're seeing that it's getting busier and busier going north. We're seeing that there's more and more traffic in the downtown area. And we can say right now, oh, we've eased congestion. But we're 10 years into a 6-year program or a 6-year project, and we haven't completed it. So by the time this is completed and we wait out another 4 or 5 or 6 years, we don't know what that's going to be like. And we just kicked it down the can. We kicked the can down the road to the next council to sit here. I understand where the school boards are coming from because they don't know. They haven't been a part of this, right? And it's been back and forth quite a bit. I know when we first looked at this, the original road going north and south was going to go by the auto shop and connect at 5th because they took out there was a house that used to sit to the north of the auto shop there that the school district had bought. And so that was going to be the connection there. The challenge is the school district and I mean, I would too. I wouldn't wait around. Built CAM right in the middle of this project. They built their new I don't know, it's not admin offices, the new offices warehouse over on the east side of the property. So they've done some stuff that has made it maybe more difficult to determine where or kind of put us in a box a little bit more of where we can put a road. But at the end of the day, you know, we can do whatever we can make the decision that we want to make. The school district never supported this from day one. And to be honest with you, I think they wanted us to eminent domain because it makes them not have to make the hard decision, which is putting a road through, because that neighborhood was very vocal. Mr. Munson, you were here, I think, during some of that neighborhood to the north there was very vocal in how it was going to increase crime and, you know, traffic and all the stuff into their neighborhoods and that it wasn't going to reduce traffic. And so the political capital was spent quite a while ago on this. The roundabout makes sense. The roundabout makes a lot of sense because then we can access that from multiple directions and people can go multiple directions, and it would open up the Northwest 5th on the Fred Meyer side to get more traffic off of Main. And so I think we still need to move forward. You know, council will do what it wants to, but I think when you burn political capital and you get awarded these grants and you don't follow through with these grants, they may say, we're not going to punish you and make you pay us back. But guess who's going to be at the bottom of the line next time when you're fighting for this stuff because we didn't do what we said we were going to do. And that's my only concern with it. And you know, we're not tearing out ball fields. I appreciate the fact that you guys have come back with, because that was the big thing. Most council doesn't know this. This room was full of people that were told misinformation about, you know, we're tearing out fields, we're tearing out all this stuff. The kids aren't going to have a place to play. They reached out to every sports organization there was to tell them we were ripping out all these fields. Cam ripped out fields. That was soccer fields, and those are gone. So that wasn't us. We're not tearing out any fields, and I appreciate the fact that you guys went back and tweaked that a little bit to make sure that we could make it fit. But I think we should continue to move forward with the project. I think we need to figure out how to fund the roundabout, whether that's through us and not wait for the state. There will be roundabouts all the way up this. There will be one at Rasmussen. The state wanted a roundabout at 502, 503. When we originally did this project, they wanted a roundabout there. There'll be a roundabout at 5th. There'll be a roundabout at Onsdorf, and it'll look like Ridgefield. And that's what they want. But it would work better there with a roundabout for sure. But I think we should move forward as long as we're connecting in so those buses can get to the north there to the other schools of Captain and Chief. I think that we should move forward. If we just make a road that goes across there with no connectors, we're making a road to nowhere. So we need to have a connector there either at 5th and go around the auto shop and in that direction, or is that 2nd that you had going up by the new warehouse.
Yeah.
So I think that we need to push forward to that. It's not a safety issue. If it was a safety issue, I've said this all along, if it's a safety issue, the school district would have a lot more crossing guards up on Onsdorf. They have one set for all the walkers that come north of Onsdorf. So there's a lot of crossings there. I think there's 5 crossings there that you can cross and only one set of crossing guards. So this is on a major road. This is not. So we can mitigate the safety side of it, I think. But appreciate the work that we've done, and I think we need to move forward. Thank you.
All right. Hearing no one else yet, I'll chime in. Thank you, Mark, for the presentation and the diligence of giving us the history of this 10-year plan of building this little road. I've got to agree with Shane. Just seeing the bus route as it is currently, and can you, do you have a map of the overlay as it would be projected currently with CAM there?
Yeah, if you,
I
it
know
almost
that
looks like parking lot, but those gray kind of just east of Louisville are
That
the
is
actual
the-
CAM buildings.
Okay. The amount of buses that have to come out of the school, go down Parkway, take a right on First, come across City Hall, go back out at McDonald's and turn left, just adds to the congestion at Fifth on the south end, I believe, of Maine. Not to mention the amount of students that live north of the school could utilize this and just come out and skip Onsdorf altogether and try to take some of the pressure off. And I also agree that roundabout would almost be a must-have just to help alleviate the northbound pressure coming out of Fred Meyer that have to come back down over back to 503, 502 and take a left and do that. So as far as like finalizing the plan to relieve congestion, I think this does play a large part in that. I know it's not exactly a favorable decision by all people, but I also agree that the, auxiliary lanes, I don't know if we want to go routing traffic right through a neighborhood, but I think even just having one of those outlets to get people right into their own neighborhood if they live there. I don't necessarily see it as a public safety risk either. Only because of the proximity to the school. There's plenty of kids walking across Main Street right now. There's plenty of kids that walk across 503 right now. And plenty of kids I've seen walking up Parkway. So this might even open up that outlet to utilize the existing path that's over there on 503. So for all intents and purposes, I'm in favor of this project moving forward with the roundabout. Just to allow that northbound and southbound opportunity coming out of there and out of Fred Meyer, or behind Fred Meyer, on Northwest Fifth. So, but thank you, for that.
Am I allowed another question?
Absolutely.
Okay. Mark, when was the alternative design, the third design? I think you said that was presented. When was that one presented? The second design was discussed in February 25?
Yeah, so this first design is what we took to the school board. We made these couple changes here.
Yeah.
And all we've had is just internal conversations with a couple staff members, and I think maybe a board member or two at the time. This alternate design, I think all we've kind of shown this to is WashDOT to kind of get their gut reaction to it. I don't know that anyone's seen that from like a school district perspective.
Mhm.
And that was late last year that we came up with this one.
Mhm. Well, I agree with Shane and Mayor Overholser that, we have not just the political ramifications, obviously that doesn't make the final decision, but we also have definite need for that roundabout. We have need to tie this all in so that it's addresses needs, not just from us, but also, how does it impact the school board or the school district? And so I think having a conversation with them will be an important part of moving forward. And I think more discussion is needed. Whether we actually move forward with the whole project at the end will be another discussion, because we'll have a final design that we'll have to approve, correct? And final funding. Is that correct?
There's not typically a design approval from council.
Okay.
Not to say that there isn't more discussion about kind of where we end up.
Mhm.
But yeah, the funding would definitely go through council, because if we include the roundabout, we have to have a larger discussion about how that happens.
Yeah, it just seems like we've had, sounds like the last conversations were really a year ago. So seems
Yeah.
like another conversation is important before we make a final direction on it. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Waiting, I do have some questions myself and some conversations I would like to have with the school board, and I'd like to wrap my head around the bus routes, be clear with that as well. I just want to make sure that we're making the best decision moving forward in regards to congestion. So definitely talking to Dix as well, hearing what their concerns are, what their complaints are, and seeing if this is something that really is going to be addressing their concerns, as well as the school board. I know that I've been to their meetings as well, and yeah, I've heard that too, that they haven't been supportive of this as well either. So I'm just kind of curious to know about what exactly those plans would look like, and maybe having those open conversations and dialogue with them, having them at the seat of the table, just to look like to show that we're working with our school, and we're supporting our schools. And I do know I know one of the concerns at the time of the school board meetings were the safety issue. And you had students there, student voice, and that was there, and they were speaking about their concerns with kids crossing the roads. And I thought that maybe that would be addressed through crossing guards. But then we had this issue with the levies. They haven't been passed. So we don't have that there for the kids anymore. So that actually is now a concern for me, that it wasn't before the failed levy. And I was there, I'll finish with this. I was there the past couple days. I've seen a lot of congestion going up north of 503, all the way backed up from Onsdorf to 503 and 502 around 3 o'clock. And I don't know, I would love to say, yes, is this auxiliary lane that the answer to our questions? I really liked what Counselor Munson said about 2 lanes. I really wish we could be putting that in and looking at that, because I could see the traffic going north, and I didn't see them a lot of them were just going straight north. So, and my question to staff that maybe I also would like to ask, and I can do it myself or just put it out there, is the question for what exactly is WSDOT codes on how many roundabouts we could be having and the distance between them. I guess everybody else is laughing.
There is no limit.
So that's a concern. Is that going to cause a bottleneck when we're trying to, alleviate the congestion?
Councilmember McCoy.
Thanks for the presentation, Mark. And there's a lot of work and a lot of time into this. My question's more, I guess, global in that just driving in to the council meeting today, I noticed congestion from Onsdorf all the way back to Main Street to where 502, 503 was backed up. So my question is kind of two-part. One, can we reallocate funds, or does it have to be used on this project for connecting Washington? And the second part of my question will explain the intent of that question. Because I know there is a roundabout planned for Onsdorf. Is the potential traffic impact of putting a roundabout at Onsdorf greater than, less than, equal to this project? In other words, is the $1.7 million or whatever that number is that we're looking to apply to this project, is the best use to that funds or congestion on 502, 503 this project, or could it potentially be another project?
So I don't have an answer to whether you could take money from this project and move it to another project. My guess would be no, but it's not a question that we've asked at this point. So we would want to, I guess, run that to ground to make sure one way or the other. Onsdorf and 503 is going to be the better bang for your buck in a purely transportation perspective. You're talking about 20,000, 25,000, I can't remember the exact number, but people that use that intersection a day versus the 2,500 or so that we're talking about here. So yes, that would be the more impactful project in the grand scheme of things.
And I would just, if you bring up the project, I believe we do cut some of the softball field out on this project, which I believe makes it ineligible for state playoff games. So that little black line right there. So I would like more information on that, on my two questions before I wade in further.
Yeah, it definitely cuts the corner. So once we have a final design, we'll know exactly how much that trims and then how we have to, essentially what we have to do to fix that.
And I really think that I don't think that should look, the softball one, although I don't want that to happen. I don't think that should be exclusionary for this project, because I believe this council owes it to this community to continue the discussion of more sports fields. It's a topic that was on the table last year that we've dropped. It's not something that we've been focused on this year, and I believe that needs to be picked up. I believe this community was very clear in the survey that a pool and sports fields were top of the bill for what they wanted to see from this council. And I would really like to see that be, if not ahead, parallel with this project. And that's obviously not a staff thing. For me, that's asking council to consider moving that discussion forward in a more expeditious manner. Thank you.
Can I do a follow-up to that real quick? Thank you, Shane. So there's 2.6. That's a match grant, yes? We have to match those funds in order for this?
No,
or
2.6 there's no match for it. It's 100%.
Oh, wow. Okay, never mind.
Now, obviously, like I said, with 503, 502, just with the cost inflation and various things, we had to come up with a match, and we ultimately did that through the federal grant.
I did forget. I wouldn't support this project without a roundabout, though. I think right in, right out's not worth the disruption.
Mark, can you explain how? Well, I doubt you can, because it's the state, so no one can explain how. But how does Rock Creek get a roundabout, and Onsdorf doesn't? I mean, how does? And I get it. They got trucks up there, and they had some accidents. That's mainly what it is accidents. Probably.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, they had at least one fatal, if not more. So that fatals also always move the needle to get a project done. It's hard. I've struggled with this question. This has come up several times. You know, why why does the city always have to pay for state routes in the city? You know, they're state roads. Shouldn't
Yeah.
they be the ones fixing them? And I don't have a good answer to that question. You know, I think we have our priorities, and if our priorities are get things moving faster than the state can move them, you know, based on their priorities, because they've got to look at everything else as well. That's kind of where I've landed, that we care more about it because it obviously affects us, and not that they don't care, but you know, they have 50 other things that they have to look at the same time, and our stuff just doesn't rise to the top for them.
Well, and this is what, just so, you know, council knows, most of you probably do, but this is what happens also when the county is urbanizing rural areas. And the county has I don't know what it is now. It used to be $1.50 per thousand road tax. So they can do what they want with their roads, but they say, well, these are your roads, you deal with them. But they put this huge impact on us by urbanizing stuff to the north of us. And I mean, I live up there, so I see it every day when you know, that traffic is getting backed up further and further, almost to Main Street many times. And you know, it's, I wouldn't say it's the state's fault. It's all the state's fault. You know, they're not going to put a roundabout in when they got bridges falling down. You know, they'll just say wait in traffic. You know, we gotta figure out how to build a bridge or repair a bridge. So I see where the state's coming from, but yeah, it blew my mind that Rock Creek can get one, but we can't get one with, you know, more people. So thank you.
I can add a little bit to that. RTC recently changed the funding mechanism for those projects, and now it is more of a risk-based, data-driven than, dare I say, political in the past. So I think that's part of it. So a lot of that money comes through RTC for these projects. So not that that helps, but in the future, maybe it would be an Onsdorf over a Rock Creek, but there were several fatalities up at Rock Creek. Yeah. So I do know that.
One last one. So as someone who lives in the River Bend subdivision and makes that trip multiple times a day myself, I'm part of the congestion that's a problem. But I can also tell you that as I have sat at 239 at the light and had when the light changes, and I purposely wait because people continue through on a red light. So I don't want to be one of those fatalities that finally gets us to the roundabout approvals that we need. So again, I think conversation with the school district is very important, and I also think that if we need to reallocate that money to the roundabouts that are needed to help with congestion, to help with the speeding, it's about the speed as well. And if that's what we need to do and we get a bigger bang for our buck, as Councilmember McCoy stated, then I think we're further ahead. So that's my decision on it.
I have one last comment. I have taken a non-scientific poll of employees at CAM. And I can tell you right now that no one there is in favor of this road. And so as I can play devil's advocate here, the kids play back there. Right now, they don't have a playground. They have a small play space between the three buildings, and kids will end up heading back over there to kick a ball around or do what kids do during recess. And I do know that this road will severely limit their ability to play. And I don't know if the wall is still part of the discussion of the most recent design, but
It'd be part of negotiations.
I think it's going to almost have to be a must with it being that close proximity to second graders and third graders. But so on both sides of the coin. I do feel this. I understand some of the position of the school district. I also kind of internally battle with this because this has been on the plan for 10 years to have done, and CAM has been built here recently, and there's a lot going on, I know, and why wait on the city to get a project that they're get done while they're sitting on their hands 10 years to do it. But nonetheless, it's what's in front of us right now. And I don't disagree with Councilmember McCoy. Sports fields are a must. And we should strike up some additional conversations about that. Yeah, but I just see like that number that we're talking about, 2,600 cars traveled. You throw a roundabout on there, I would venture to say that those numbers go up as far as the alleviation of congestion off of 503, 502.
Correct.
And that's the key point that we're talking about here is the whole reason we're looking at this project. So, yeah, I'm interested to know more, but I'd be interested to hear some more about some other potential projects that we have coming up that as we try to figure out and set priority of what projects need to come first. I mean, we have $2.6 million sitting here that the state's not going to want to give us much more, showing that we haven't spent the money that they did give us already. So that does kind of move the needle a little bit, in my opinion. But again, thank you, Mark and staff, for presenting. I will also acknowledge we do have a representative of the school district here, Superintendent Shelley Witten, and I want to say thank you for coming out. And just know that as we consider this project, that the school district's thoughts and opinions on this are heavily weighed. It's not just us up here making decisions without the whole community involved. And you guys are a big part of that. So any other comments or? No? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and recess the or end the study session.
And video is live.
Ma'am. Ah, yes, they made it. All right, the time is 7 p.m. I call this meeting of the Battleground City Council to order. Please stand if you can and rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There you go. All right. Liz, could you please call roll?
Yes. Mayor Overholser,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Vale,
Present.
Councilmember McCoy,
Here.
Councilmember Ferrer,
Present.
Councilmember Munson,
Here.
Councilmember Kuipers,
Present?
Councilmember Bowman,
Here.
and the clerk is present. That concludes the roll.
All right. I'd ask that we amend the agenda this evening, the agenda to add to the existing executive session this evening pursuant to RCW 42.30.110 to receive and evaluate complaints or charges brought against an employee. Upon the request of such employee, a public hearing or a meeting open to the public shall be conducted upon such complaint or charge. Let me continue reading here. I have a lot.
Is there a second?
What's that?
Second.
Second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, we have 6-1. Please note, Councilmember McCoy, what was the name? Motion passes. Any other amendments? Does council have recommendations tonight before we get started? All right, hearing none. I call for a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. All right, we will move on to summary reports and presentations. Are there any council member reports this evening?
Yeah, I've got two just to keep things going. I'll save the other one for her for next time.
Order, Mayor.
Oh,
Yeah, 1 second.
I'll rescind that.
Point of order rescinded. Carry on.
okay. So an update from the Urban County Policy Board. Just a quick update regarding the county-owned building here in Battleground. The WIC building is what they were discussing. Michelle Schuster, she's the Internal Services Director. She'll be presenting the Urban County Policy Board's recommendation to sell the building at fair market value to county. She's going to be presenting that to the county council tomorrow. I think that's at 9 a.m. Does staff know that one? Pretty sure it's 9 a.m. in case anybody wants to know, to go to it. I could be
thought it
wrong.
might
It could
have
be
got-
8.
I thought it might have got moved.
Did it get moved?
Yeah, let me double check real fast.
Oh, okay. Oops, I have outdated information. Okay, sorry. while they're moving on, while they're looking into that, or will that just take a quick second? Okay, I'll just move on while he looks for it. Okay. The next one is Echo. Echo, I'm sorry nobody made it here. That was my favorite meeting ever. And Mr. Stober was here. He was in it as well. And it was a group of panelists that was made up of the Clark County response teams. So we had all of our chief of police there throughout Clark County. You had the that would be like Vancouver, Ridgefield, obviously all of them, right? And you had Shook was also there speaking a lot on the panel. He is the director of the jail services. And it was really good to hear everybody they come and speak. They all kind of echoed the same stuff, which was, also the Heart team was there. Our CARES team was there. And they really had the same message that you could tell that they all had a heart for service. That's why they're in their positions. And talking about, they all had practically the same concerns like you would expect. But I recommend watching it. It was definitely worth watching. And just to see everybody collaborating on both sides of the aisle, and just really focusing on trying to take care of its community. I want to cry. It was really good. It was really good. I'm so thankful for what Echo put on. I know that there was a few people that were really pushing that, and I was really thankful for it. I'll get back to you on the mosquito board next round.
That meeting got moved to May 5th.
Do we have any other council member reports? Seeing none on the board, I'll move on to one real quick before we move on to the mayor's report. EMS 2. We met March 9th, last Monday. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. Last Monday. And we have some updates for y'all. So pay attention and hold on to your hats. Board composition change. As of January 12th, 2026, the district's board added 2 positions for representatives outside of the Clark County Council. This change removed the county's voting majority and shifted EMS2's designation on Clark County's financial statements. This was brought up by the Clark County auditor, by the way. No one at EMS had mentioned this would be a repercussion of a composition change. So previously, EMS2 was considered a blended component unit, meaning it was a separate legal entity under the county's control and included in Clark County's financial statements, similar to like the fairgrounds in Fund 1003. With the new structure, no single participating government can unilaterally control EMS's financial or operating policies. This reclassifies EMS2 as a jointly governed organization similar to CRESA. What this means, and that is to be stated if this understanding is correct, and this is coming from our contract administrator, here are some changes that we can expect. EMS2 will need its own financial statements, which will be audited by the state auditor's office. EMS2 will need to pay for services currently provided by Clark County, such as contract management, financial processing, budget support, legal review, workday licenses, and similar services. What this means is, again, we'll need to come up with our own financial statements, which will be audited by the state auditor's office. And Deanne Cordes has asked if the county would be willing to prepare EMS2's financial statements for a fee, and we're waiting to hear back from the county on that. And then they'll bring that forward for board approval if that is the case. EMS2 will need to pay for services currently provided by Clark County, again, such as contract management, financial processing, budget support, legal review, workday licenses, and similar services. And the question was posed, what the annual allocation amount will be, and we're waiting to hear back, and we will bring that forward to the board for approval as well. So the next steps that we have is amending the EMS2 interlocal cooperative agreement to remove the language about participating in the county's budgeting process and amend the bylaws to outline EMS2's internal budget process going forward And then we will draft the language for the board review and approval. So, and again, I can take full blame for this pretty much, is I wanted to add composition and make it a 5-person committee versus the 3 that it was. The way it was 2 county councilors and 1 representing the small city, which was me. The idea is you can't have a one-on-one conversation about EMS2 outside of the meeting because it'll be a quorum. And so I thought it'd be a good idea to get some other individuals involved. And we have 1 more representative from a small city, La Center. And then we have a representative from the fire district as a commissioner that sits on the board from our local fire district here. And so this has caused this ripple effect of an unknown. Nonetheless, as we debated a little bit, again, we don't know for sure if this is 100% correct because we're a non-taxing district. We don't draw a tax. So we don't have necessarily revenue to pull from. We do collect, there'd be, damages from the ambulance service if they are late in a certain proportion late to a certain amount of calls, and we collect damages, liquid damages from the ambulance service for their lateness, but that isn't necessarily a guaranteed revenue stream that we can bank on. And so there's going to be further discussion about how we go forward as a board and where revenue would come from. And, obviously, one particular source would be to become a taxing district, which not exactly am I a fan of, but we do have to figure out a way to come up with our own financial statements and contract management and processing, budget support, legal review, and all those things. So there will be more in-depth conversations to come. Our next meeting is not going to be until July 13th. So we have a little while to figure all this out. We're pretty much, I think, in good shape for 2026. As far as county has said, they'll help pick up where we left off and continue because they've been doing all the work already. But definitely need to figure it out quickly, and then also have a plan for 2027 to go forward. So
Mr. Mayor,
that is what we know about EMS2 currently.
who is, so who's going to pay for the audit if that's the case?
That'll be EMS2. We currently have a little over 200,000 in the budget, but
Okay.
that budget is supposed to be used to support the fire districts with technology and streamline their processes. And so that answer we don't have yet.
Because are they trying to split it up proportional to who's represented? Or because my only concern is allowing the county to do this. This happened with Discovery Clean Water Alliance when they tried billing us at Discovery Clean Water Alliance for their technology and funds and all that stuff, and it was a lot more than what it would cost us. And so we told them no at the time. But I think that's something we want to look at is potentially could one of the other cities pick it up, a fire district, something like that, instead of running it through the county, because the county is quite a bit more expensive or has been in the past than we are. But what that funding mechanism looks like and how they're splitting that up, are they doing it per district? Are they doing it? And it always made sense with the county because every one of them are in the county. And all of these fire districts are county fire districts.
Mhm.
So that are in EMS2. No one has their own fire district. They're all county.
Correct.
So that's be interesting to see how they do that.
My understanding is we have the ability to get proposals or request any entity. They said you could go to an outside vendor, obviously that might not be the efficient way to do it in the CPA, but yeah, we'll be definitely looking at options of who can facilitate those, meet those needs of the different requirements that we have. And we want to try to keep it in-house if we could, within the districts.
Because the state would have to audit that, wouldn't they?
Yes, the state, it does have to go to a state audit.
The state auditor's office bases it upon the amount of transactions that flow through, since there's not any revenue incoming, and it would depend upon your expenses. Like the threshold used to be 2 million for your annual audit. If it's as small as you're talking about, they do something called a desk audit. So there's some jurisdictions that get audited like 5-10 years, and it's a very quick desk audit that they do. So it sounds like it would likely be that bucket and the type of financial statements they would need to do. They wouldn't do the type of report that we do because
Right.
it's so small, probably be cash basis, very simple annual reporting to the state. So you're looking at very small. I can't imagine the county would be spending that much time on it, but they probably just have to look at it holistically.
Yeah, and my sense that I got is the county's like, well, that's your guys' problem now. And they said they'd be willing to look at what it would take to help with the coverage, but there would be a fee associated obviously now. And so with that, that allows us to shop around and get rates. And so there'll be more information to come, but I would, if anybody has any further information, I'm all ears on that one. Okay. We have no more. We'll go ahead and wrap up the council member reports, and we'll go into the mayor's report. Time to get to some fun stuff here. First up, we have the Big Heart Citizen Recognition Award. And then I will read this intro, and then we will make an award. All right. As a member of this council, I've had the privilege of meeting so many great people in our community who are doing truly remarkable things and really have a great contribution to our community. We have volunteers that give their time and expertise to improve our shared spaces, like Two Down Services, LLC, who donated their time and materials to seal coat and stripe the Kiwanis parking lot in 2023. We should probably give them another call too, by the way. Striping is looking gnarly. We have residents who represent our city through incredible accomplishments like Laura Kittleson, a Battleground local who competed in the Iditarod dog race in 2024. I remember that. That was a great time. We also have everyday neighbors like Jeff Grisso, who began a personal fitness journey, and by 2025 had walked enough miles to equal the circumference of the earth in just over 6 years while collecting nearly 7 yards of litter along the way. And these stories remind us that there is greatness all around us, all through Battleground. And it's that spirit of service and achievement that the Battleground City Council is proud to introduce our new Citizen Recognition Award, Big Heart, or BG Heart. Through this program, community members will be invited to nominate other community members, organizations, and businesses whose exceptional service, achievements, and contributions strengthen the spirit of Battleground. From those nominations, recipients will be selected to be honored with a commemorative Big Heart stone, a lapel pin, and a certificate during a city council meeting. The heart-shaped stone is symbolic. Like a stone, the strength of the community is built over time. Each one is unique, just like the individuals who contribute their talents and energy to make Battleground stronger. The heart shape reminds us that service begins with compassion, a willingness to give of yourself for the benefits of others. Individually, each contribution matters, but together they form the strong and vibrant foundation of which our community thrives. Tonight, it is my distinct pleasure to recognize our very first Big Heart Award recipient, Virginia Mendez Rodeman. Virginia, come on up to the podium if you would. Now I'm going to say a few words, and then I'm going to read the certificate, and then I want to give you an opportunity to say a few words when I'm done, okay? Virginia, a Battleground Martial Arts Academy here locally, and my favorite gym, by the way, is a brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. In December 2025, she entered her first no-gi competition at the prestigious no-gi World Championship in Las Vegas, where she earned first place in both her master division and the absolute division. Building on that success, she traveled to Lisbon, Portugal, to compete in the International Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Federation European Championship, where she again claimed gold in both her divisions and the open class weight division. And I heard you were wrestling a gal that was a lot bigger and stronger than you, but I love that jiu-jitsu is a chess match. So let me read the certificate. The certificate of recognition presented to Virginia Mendez Rodeman. The city of Battleground proudly recognizes Virginia Mendez Rodeman of the Battleground Martial Arts Academy for her outstanding achievements and for representing our community with excellence on the global stage. Through her dedication, resilience, and extraordinary work ethic, Virginia earned the title of 2026 International Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Federation, or the IBJJF, European Champion in the Brown Belt Female Master 5 Open Division, an achievement that reflects determination and heart that seemingly knows no limits. The city extends its sincere congratulations to Virginia for her accomplishments and gratitude as she inspires others of all ages to pursue their goals with confidence and perseverance. Presented on this 20th day of April 2026 by me and the city of Battleground, Washington. Oh, you want
Everybody else wants to come up and take.
That's you guys, come on.
Yeah. I've done all of you. Ready, 1, 2. So much.
Virginia, you're up.
Thank you. I just want to thank you guys so much. I'm humbled by this, and I am very excited that you guys appreciate all the hard work that we do at the gym, because it really inspires. I hear that all the time. Kids are inspired, and women are inspired, and teens are inspired to just, and the reason we call it Battleground Martial Arts Academy in the first place is because we wanted to add to the community, and we love this community, and I thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That is the first of what I hope will be many. To the public and anyone listening, get your nominations in. I think we'll have something on our website. Alicia's saying, yep, tomorrow. We'll have something on our website tomorrow, and you can also come down to City Hall and ask for a paper copy of a nomination. So. All right. From one great thing to another. Have a proclamation tonight. April 26th is Fair Housing Month. And tonight it's my pleasure to proclaim April 26th is Fair Housing Month. Proclamations are not statements of policy, but are a means by which the city can recognize an event, group, or individual. Proclamations can be issued at the discretion of the mayor and may be for organizations, individuals, or businesses within or outside Battleground's jurisdiction. Individual council members will not issue proclamations, and requests for proclamation should be directed to the mayor or the city clerk. Battleground community member Heather Renner and Justin Wood, Government Affairs Director of the Clark County Association of Realtors, will be accepting this proclamation tonight. Heather and Justin, will you come up to the podium, please? I'm going to read the proclamation out loud. We'll present it and then give you guys a chance to make a brief statement. Proclamation celebrating the 58th anniversary of the Federal Fair Housing Act. Whereas the Fair Housing Act was enacted on April 11th, 1968 as Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act, affirming the principle that access to housing is a fundamental right and prohibiting discrimination in housing-related transactions based on race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, and family status. And whereas the Fair Housing Act reflects our nation's enduring commitment to equity, dignity, and opportunity, and serves as a cornerstone in the continued effort to eliminate barriers to housing choice and promote inclusive, thriving communities. And whereas the observance of the 58th anniversary of the Fair Housing Act provides an opportunity to reaffirm our shared responsibility to uphold the law, advance fair housing practices, and ensure that all individuals and families have equal access to safe and affordable housing. And whereas real estate professionals play a critical role in advancing the goals of fair housing by adhering to ethical standards, complying with federal, state, and local fair housing laws, and fostering inclusive practices within the communities they serve. And whereas members of the National Association of Realtors have demonstrated a long-standing commitment to fair housing through education, advocacy, and strict adherence to the Realtor Code of Ethics, which mandates equal professional service and respect for all individuals. Whereas members of the Clark County Association of Realtors have shown themselves to be compliant, engaged, and ardent advocates for fair housing, working to promote equal opportunity, combat discrimination, and strengthen trust and fairness in the housing market throughout the communities in which they operate. Be it further proclaimed that we encourage all residents, institutions, and housing stakeholders to join in reaffirming their commitment to fair housing, to learning about their rights and responsibilities under the law, and to working collaboratively to build communities that are inclusive, equitable, and welcoming to all. Now, therefore, I, Eric Overholzer, Mayor of the City of Battleground, by virtue of the authority invested in me, do hereby proclaim April 26th, Fair Housing Month in the city of Battleground, Washington, and encourage all residents to join me in recognizing, celebrating, and honoring April 2026 as the observance of the 58th anniversary of the Fair Housing Act.
Okay.
Go ahead and say a few words.
Okay. You said a lot of what I was going to say, Mayor Overhauser. So good evening, Mayor Overhauser and fellow Battleground City Councilors. My name is Heather Renner. I am a designated broker for Premier Property Group of all of the Washington offices here and past president of Clark County Association of Realtors. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here in recognition of Fair Housing Month. April does mark a time to celebrate and reaffirm, as you said, our commitment to fair and equal access to housing for all. And this year absolutely represents the 58th anniversary of the passage of the Fair Housing Act. As a realtor, fair housing is not just a principle, it's a responsibility that I carry into every client transaction. In my business, that means providing equal professional service to all, ensuring every buyer and seller has access to the same opportunities, and being intentional about removing barriers that could limit housing choice. It also means staying educated, holding myself accountable, and advocating for practices that promote inclusion across communities. Fair housing protections remain as important today as ever. They help ensure that regardless of, as you shared earlier, race, color, religion, sex, national origin, familial status, and I'm going to add a few more because there's some more, disability, whether that's sensory, mental, or physical, use of guide or service animal by a person with a disability when related to housing, as well as in addition to these federal guidelines, more specific to the state of Washington, marital status, creed, HIV/AIDS and hepatitis C status, sexual orientation, including gender identity, or veteran military status. To us, everyone has the opportunity to find a place to call home. I'm proud to stand in support of this proclamation and to continue doing my part to uphold and advance fair housing in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Heather. All right. Now we will move on to the Certificate of Municipal Leadership Awards. Ty Stober, AWC Board of Directors and Council Member for the City of Vancouver. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Overholser. I'll get it out eventually. And members of the council. It's an absolute pleasure to finally be here. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm, as said, Vancouver Council Member Ty Stober, but I'm also your representative for District 5 on the AWC, or Association of Washington Cities Board of Directors. District 5 is comprised of 27 cities in the counties of Clark, Cowicz, Klickitat, Lewis, and Skamania counties. So I'm here today, finally, to recognize Mayor Overholser. I practiced beforehand, I swear. Deputy Mayor Vale, Council Members Ferrer and Kuipers, who received their Certificates of Municipal Leadership, or CML. And I should say that when this whole process started, I was coming just for the mayor. And then you guys kept increasing. And that's pretty darn amazing that we have 4 people here tonight. The Association of Washington Cities is 93 years old, formed in 1933. And well, an interesting thing happened in 1933. It was the repeal of prohibition. And the association was founded to advocate on behalf of the cities of Washington State and Olympia for our fair share of liquor taxes. And so ever since then, we have been that voice in Olympia on behalf of our cities. Our mission is to build connections between our state's diverse cities, towns, while providing our members with the support needed to thrive through delivery of data-driven education, nationally recognized pooling programs, and nonpartisan advocacy. So we're really grateful to the City of Battleground for being AWC members and also being participants in the AWC Workers' Comp Retro Program to increase worker safety, and the Employee Benefits Trust to provide employee health and wellness benefits to city employees. We appreciate the City of Balagan's commitment to ongoing education with your attendance at many trainings and conferences around the state. I know many of you attended the annual conference in Kennewick last June, as well as the Elected Officials Essentials, City Action Days in Olympia just a few weeks ago, and hope that you got a great deal out of all these events. And encourage you all to put on your calendars to be in Spokane from June 23rd through 26th for this year's annual conference. So what I'm here for tonight is to award this Certificate of Municipal Leadership. AWC's Certificate of Municipal Leadership program recognizes elected officials earning 30 credits by completing training in 5 competency areas: land use, budgeting, legal, community, and leadership. And your commitment to achieving that really speaks to your dedication to the citizens of Battleground and is to be commended. And before I recognize the 4 new members, I want to take a chance to recognize other members of your council, because it's pretty outstanding. So Councilmember Shane Bowman earned his CML in August 2013 and his advanced CML in January 2023. Councilmember Troy McCoy earned his CML in July 2022 and his advanced CML in June 2024. And Councilmember Brian Munson is well on his way to earning his CML with 10 credits. So at this time, I would like to recognize the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the council members for their CML achievement. So first, applause, everybody. So what's next is was alluded to is after an official has earned their CML, they're encouraged to continue to build on their skills and strive towards earning their advanced Certificate of Municipal Leadership, which is an additional 30 credits plus demonstrated significant community service. So I hope you all will join Councilmembers Bowman and McCoy in working towards that distinction. Let's see, it's time to present you with your certificates. So we're going to take lots of pictures here. How do you want to do this? Okay. So we'll start with the mayor, Mayor Overholser. Would you come on down? Yeah. Okay. I'll also issue an apology. We've been at this so long. You're still listed as council member. We'll get that corrected. Please do your work.
Giving out the awards is a lot funner than receiving them. I'll just say that. All right. And last, but certainly not least, recognition of outstanding achievement, Battleground Police Lieutenant Jim Keller. Chief Flynn, floor is yours.
Thank you. Now, before I get going, I just want to also let the council know that Miss Virginia, the officers only know that one response to her is yes, ma'am. So Jim's in great company tonight with all the awards, and we want to take tonight to recognize his accomplishments. As I explained before, there's 3 big schools in police leadership. There's the FBI National Academy, there's PERFS School in Boston, and then there's Northwestern University School of Police Staff and Command. They all offer quite a bit, but it is also generally known that the School of Police Staff and Command is the most rigorous to complete because it's very heavy academically. It's 12 weeks long, almost 500 hours. It's a major investment in our time. And when we look at that, I believe one of my jobs as the chief of police, in addition to making sure that we're staying on top of crime issues, traffic issues, community engagement, I think a major part of my job is making sure that we continue to develop the very talented people that we have. Certainly, leadership development rises right to the top. We have to make sure that those that are in the leadership positions are given the right tools and can also mentor those that come beneath them. So I had challenged our command staff to push themselves and obtain executive level leadership training. And tonight I have the privilege of recognizing Lieutenant Jim Keller for doing exactly that. When I first talked to him about Northwestern University, he pondered it, thought about it, and said he wanted to attend it, but he asked to be able to attend it online. And I had reservations. I had attended the course, but I did it in person, and it was very, very challenging, and I had a whole class to help me. He said that he had quite a bit of commitment that was still on his plate, and I asked him then if this was the right time for him or if we should put this off until another time. He said he wanted to make the commitment, and he promised that if given the opportunity, he wouldn't falter. He said, I will do everything to make sure that I achieve all the results for the class, but also to make the city proud. So based off that, I had no choice but to support him and have him go through it. As he went through the course, this was more than him just checking a box or getting a certificate. He took this knowledge in. It meant that he had to complete assignments almost daily, weekly tests, a long paper that is sent out to all of the university. But we had meaningful discussions after this. He was taking what he was learning and coming and meeting with me and challenging me on the ways that we were doing business. Are there other processes that we can do? He kept looking for ways for improvement. And that is the epitome of what we're trying to achieve as we're sending him to the school. And so after 12 weeks, and I can tell you that his daily duties didn't stop. He maintained supervising some very, very sensitive and complex criminal investigations, completed internal investigations, engaged in other duties as assigned that I tried to pull off of his plate, but he said, I want to make sure that I'm pulling my weight. And so as impressive as it was that he graduated, it was even more impressive that he graduated near the top of his class with a 97%, something I would never be able to do. But I think this achievement is more about just a grade. He networked with 25 other police executives from around the United States, and that's going to carry him not only throughout his career, but it's going to also be a huge benefit to the police department because these are other people that he's going to be able to reach out and lean upon and talk about the current issues that everybody is facing. And it benefits more than him. It benefits our police department. It benefits our city. It benefits our residents. And it shows our officers that their learning is never done and that they need to continue to push themselves. So as I look at his commitment that he wouldn't falter and he'd make us proud, I'm forced tonight to look this man in the eyes and tell him, job well done, because he did exactly that. So I'd like to take this moment to not only congratulate him, but also to thank two other people that often get forgotten. And that's his wife, Sarah, and his son, Logan. Many times in policing, we forget about the families. And spending this much time away, he took it so much to heart that even, yes, I heard, on their camping trip, he brought his laptop with him to make sure that this was done. How his wife let him come back with both of his thumbs, we still do not know. But it shows the commitment that police families continue to make to ensure that their spouses are successful. So Lieutenant Jim Keller, congratulations.
One thing the chief forgot to mention, he's also a graduate of Northwestern. So less than 1%, I was told by my spouse, she's very cerebral, less than 1% of law enforcement executives go through this school. So you have 2 graduates from Northwestern at the class working for the department. Just real quick, I just really appreciate the opportunity to go to the course. Thank you, Chief, for convincing me to take it. I appreciate the department allowing me to do the work while I was at work. I want to thank Jason Purdue, Gail Truex, Katrina Green for picking up my slack, and especially my wife for letting me type away on my computer at 10 o'clock at night in front of the couch several nights. It was very enlightening, gave me a lot of good information to pass along. And I think it just bolsters the professionalism that we strive for at our agency.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Keller. Come on up. I want to shake your hand, bud. I think I can speak for everybody in Battleground by saying that we are very blessed to have you, Lieutenant Keller. Thank you for all your hard work. And thank you for the support at home. That is, I know how much that means and how it's crucial. All right, moving on. We have the 2026 post-legislative session report. Josh Weiss of Columbia Policy Advisors, come on up, bud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and residents. Nice to see you. It's always fun to follow the recognitions and the awards, right? That's uplifting stuff. And now for not uplifting stuff, let's talk about the legislature. I'm kidding. Of course, it was a terrific session for the city of Battleground. Again, some incredible results. So I want to just quick talk quickly. What I was hoping to do tonight was go over what happened this last legislative session, talk specifically about the priorities that you had laid out for me to work on with your delegation, and then see if there's any questions. Don't want to get too far ahead thinking about the 2027 session, although we're already starting to do that in the back of our minds. I'm sorry. There we go. So it was the short legislative session, 60 days. It did not feel like that in many ways because so many of the agenda items that the legislature pushed forward and considered really were significant topics that you would not sort of expect in a short session. The conventional wisdom for all of my career has been that the legislature doesn't want to consider or take on tax votes in an election year. We certainly saw that that was not the case this session. We saw the overall number of bills that they considered, 1,500 introduced, over 200 passed. That is certainly not your typical short session workload. The supplemental operating budget, of course, in a supplemental year, their job is really to come in and make tweaks halfway through the biennium, what they need to make in their spending plans. This year was a little bit different in both the operating and the capital budgets, less so in the transportation, which, as I noted, was really pretty much a truly typical supplemental transportation budget year. But in the operating budget, they started the legislative session. We saw Governor Ferguson's first full budget proposal in December. He was forced to make a couple of $2 billion worth of reductions. State revenues were not projected at that point to be keeping up anywhere close to what the cost of expenditures were. That was relieved for the legislature to a slight degree with the February revenue forecast. They gained back about $800 million. Having said that, this budget is a significant change in their spending plan, and it's not entirely the addition of spending. It's not entirely the cutting of spending, and it's not entirely new one-time funding or shifts. It's really a combination of everything. They really changed up their spending plan, including, of course, what everybody has read in the newspaper about the passage of the new first in the state income tax, currently applied to individuals making $1 million or more. That was certainly a surprise, I think, for all of us, even though we'd heard rumblings about it last fall about the possibility that there would be discussions. The operating budget, however, I do want to say, I think last week you received a long written report from me that summarizes really everything that I was tracking on your behalf during legislative session. It goes into a lot more detail, but I'm not going to cover that tonight unless you have questions. But they did make some significant cuts. They cut, for example, the new expanded program that they wanted to provide for childcare, early childcare development. They cut some programs like that were really big spending priorities over the last couple of years that particularly the majority Democrats wanted to get. So they made some painful decisions there. They shift $300 million out of the Public Works Assistance account. They shift $800 million out of the Climate Commitment Act account. They do make some really significant moves of money that you normally wouldn't see in a supplemental year. And then they also, I guess I talked about new expenditures as well. So I should also note about the income tax that does not take effect until 2029. As part of that bill, they rolled back several of the tax changes that they made last legislative session. So you saw a really quick turn of events. There's now a significant B&O tax reduction. Any business making less than $250,000 is exempt from B&O tax. They rolled back sales tax on personal hygiene products and diapers, and they rolled back the changes that they made on the capital gains tax from last year. So just again, sort of back to the theme of this was very much not your typical supplemental session. They were making really significant policy changes, some of which they just had implemented over the last couple of years. I mentioned on the transportation budget, pretty much a supplemental year. There's not a lot of expenditures. Talk about this a little bit when we mentioned Eaton Boulevard. Really no new projects, shifting around funding for projects that are ready to go. We obviously have seen, just like you're struggling with at the state level, they also are struggling with the increase in costs. Everything is more expensive now, so they're not, your discussion earlier in the work session about not being able to get as much bang for your buck on transportation projects is really something they're struggling with as well. On the capital budget, I noted in the bullet here, they moved $500 million away from projects and activities that would normally have been funded by bond revenue. The capital budget is largely funded by bonds, over to funds that are being brought into the state through the Climate Commitment Act. So they're basically taking on expenditures through CCA dollars, freeing up those bond dollars so that they can move them into other areas. Part of this, I talked about significant policy changes. One of the things that they did is they actually will be moving forward with eliminating the law enforcement and firefighters one pension program, which has been estimated for years now to be, I don't think this is quite the technical term, but overfunded. There's not as many left. Left one has been closed for many, many years now. There's not that many retirees left. From an actuarial perspective, they budgeted out and could look and say, we have actually more resources in that fund than they think they will need. So they're banking on about $4 billion moving from that left one account in excess revenue over to backfill some of the changes that they make with the Climate Commitment Act and some of their rainy day funds, which they're using. So sort of those dollars from the left pension fund are not in place for them yet. They're banking on those being in place for them in the future and doing some sort of backfill for some cash accounts that they have on hand. They also shifted about $1 billion from the capital budget over to the operating budget. So you talk about just the type of project, infrastructure projects that we normally would see at the local level. We see about $1 billion less than we would normally see, and even in a supplemental capital budget year. So all of that is to say that when we look at our city of battleground priorities, if you look particularly at the capital budget request, I want to focus on that first, even though that's not my first bullet. It is really significant that the city came away with $1.4 million in requests that you had made to your legislative delegation. They were dealing with a lot less, like I mentioned before, a lot less bond dollars available. And I work with several other local government clients that came away with nothing this session. So when I say Battleground did well, relatively speaking, you did really well. I mean, this is even in absolute terms, this is a good result from a legislative session, but relatively very well also. Keeping in mind also that last legislative session in the biennial year, we were lucky to receive $1.5 million for Remy Park. Part of this, I want to be very clear to distribute attribution and thanks to all of our 18th district legislators. They all are very dedicated and committed to working very hard for the community. Part of this capital budget result, I want to call out specifically, Representative McClintock's been there a little bit longer than Representative Lee. She's got seniority on the capital budget committee, and she's working with that negotiating team all the way through session. So that is very helpful from our perspective. Also mentioning Senator Cortez, being in a bipartisan district is really beneficial for the city. Not to be too politically crass, but having some competition here and having both of the parties wanting to pay attention and make sure that those legislative candidates have something that they can be proud of is really helpful from our perspective. The 1 million, should have looked this up beforehand. We received, if you recall, I think it was 4 years ago, I'm looking at Mark that might remember, we received, I think, $1.5 million or $1.2 million for expansion of 92nd Street. So this is not the first time that we've received money for 92nd as well.
Yeah, this is second phase of the project.
Awesome. I really want to, on the capital budget specifically, I want to thank all of your staff. when we start with capital budget projects, there's a pretty significant form that we have to fill out and enter into a legislative web portal. All of that, I really rely and thank staff for doing just a great job in helping me do my job, which then is helping your legislators do their job. A really good reflection here of how this is a three-part team. So appreciate them. I also want to say thanks. Council members came down this this legislative session at the last minute and visited. That was really helpful, and appreciate that as well. Speaking about Senate Bill 5820, the Chalachi Railroad, the Clark County Industrial Railroad overlay legislation. I honestly can't tell you how surprised I am that this passed. Councilmember McCoy's laughing at me. You can see the picture there. Incredible to get this signed by Governor Ferguson. Senator Cortez deserves a lot of credit for this, but really, I am most impressed with your community. Every time that I thought this bill was going to have a hiccup in one of the committees that it had to go through, we heard from not just residents of Battle Ground, I want to say, but residents of the region. And you can see in the photo there some folks that came up to Olympia on that day for the bill signing. So people clearly spoke out very loud that this was a priority for them, and is part of the reason that that got through. You'll see up there, actually you probably can't see, but Representative Stonier, when her parents are still residents in Battle Ground, she always likes to help Battle Ground and pay attention to it. She really helped on the House side once the Senate bill got across that Senator Cortez helped with. So a big victory. Congratulations to you all and to your community for pushing that through. Here's my sort of nod to 2027. It's not really too soon to be starting to think about that. I think the idea of coming back and potentially looking at some of these projects that we didn't get across the finish line, the downtown revitalization, I know continues to be a priority. I think there'll be more opportunities in the next biennial capital budget year to talk about that again. I don't know, we haven't talked about Eaton Boulevard in a little bit. I'm not sure if that's still your transportation priority. My sense is we're way ahead, but I think I don't expect there to be a big transportation package this next biennium, but I always feel like you need to be there and prepared and have the information and ready to go. If that window opens, you got to be ready to jump through, especially like I said, in a swing district like we're in. I didn't talk about indigent defense and the caseload standards. That is an issue that the legislature, I believe I put in my report, I think there were 7 different policy bills this last legislative session, trying to, in some manner, bring attention to the increased cost that the Supreme Court's mandate is having on local governments. I also didn't mention in my discussion of the income tax, when that bill came out of the Senate, there was still $200 million of that new revenue dedicated towards county and city, primarily county, but also city indigent defense costs. I've been working with local governments for at least 15 years now. I've never seen the state set aside that large of a chunk of money for something, for a local mandate like this. That obviously was pulled out of the bill for a variety of reasons. The legislature did recognize that there is the need to mitigate local governments. Those sales tax rollbacks that they included in the income tax bill will have a negative impact on your city revenues prospectively. They acknowledge in the out years of the budget that there's $200 million that they want to set aside for mitigation. The fiscal notes at this point, there's something more like $800 million for our local governments. But that $200 million is sort of set aside in the projections for the coming years. So will be something worth continuing to talk about and think about. That was really what I wanted to cover. Again, there's a lot more information in my written materials. This was just a little bit of smattering of the highest priorities. I'm happy to answer questions and otherwise just really appreciate your time tonight and the continued partnership and working with you. Congratulations again.
Councilmember Munson.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Josh. Appreciate it. Looking ahead, there was a bill this year that stalled, and that was the payroll tax. As I read through that, I didn't see, and I probably maybe missed it, but maybe you can help me because I got a feeling it might be coming back. Does that payroll tax affect just private industry, or will it affects cities, governing bodies that have employees that reach that threshold?
So yeah, good question. I actually don't remember I could go off my gut, but I don't remember that. Bill was introduced. It didn't go very far. The leadership in the House and the Senate both decided earlier on that they wanted to put their effort behind the income tax. I mean, we'll be surprised. I do think the 27-29 biennial budget is going to be difficult for the state. I think they're going to have a budget problem, as hard as that is to believe. So those kinds of ideas may be back on the table, but my gut sort of right now says that since they did the income tax, that would not be something they would consider, because it was a big tax on employers.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just say, thank you for all your work, Josh. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
I was to say, I hear no further questions,
Just thank yous. Thank you for the
but I
work.
do want to
Thank you,
recognize your hard work,
Thank you, Mayor.
and just look forward to our continued relationship.
Likewise, appreciate you letting me off easy tonight with the questions.
Victoria, go ahead.
I'll just say it was a joy seeing you work in Olympia, and he was really out there working hard for us. So seeing him catching our House reps and our, running pew pew and hey, and it was a lot of fun. Yeah, and it was just really, really cool to see you out there and all the hard work you do put in for us. So thank you.
Thank you. Truly is a team sport.
Thank you, Josh. I also wanted to thank you for your professionalism and your diligence in representing our city. So it is evident, and we really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, that is the first time a lobbyist has got an applause. And hopefully there's more to come. Yeah. Yeah. All right, moving on to citizen communication. I will now open the meeting for citizens communication. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes to provide comments. The total time for public comment shall not exceed 30 minutes unless extended by the mayor. This is an opportunity to hear from members of the public in a limited public forum, not an opportunity for extended comments or dialogue. Please refrain from derogatory remarks, personal attacks, campaign speeches, and applause. Although the city desires to allow public comment, the city's business must proceed in an orderly, timely manner. I will make a note that we do accept jazz hands. If your comments pertain to an item listed on the agenda as a public hearing, please reserve your testimony for the designated public hearing period. All comments should be directed to the mayor. The council may not be able to respond to individual comments and may refer citizens to a staff member for assistance. The city manager has placed her cards up at the podium. Please feel free to take one if you'd like to contact her with any questions. If you have handouts, please hand them to the city clerk directed to the right of the podium. Thank you for your understanding and participation in the council meeting this evening. Liz, do we have anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we will go to the public. First up, I have Gary Obermeyer.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. My name is Gary Obermeyer. I'm a resident of Battleground. I'm here speaking on my own behalf. I come before you to express my disappointment regarding the council's actions at the April 6th meeting concerning Municipal Code Section 17.135.150. You all know it. The policies related to parking and storage of RVs, trailers, boats in residential districts. Excuse me. It was about a year ago when my wife and I began home hunting. We were looking to downsize and move closer to family as we approach retirement. And when our search began to focus on Battleground, our real estate agent advised that we buy into an HOA neighborhood because they're better maintained and it's more predictable value in the property. Now, those words and that advice came back to me at the meeting on the 8th, on the 6th, sorry. Because I've been following this parking issue since the January 5th meeting. Back then, I was heartened by the moratorium on enforcement that provided time to study the issue. All seemed to be going well. There was a background report from the chief of police. There was initial council feedback, a draft policy, a detailed March 5th study session, leading to a carefully crafted replacement for the city code related to the parking of RVs, trailers, and boats. I witnessed 3 months of slow, deliberate, and transparent effort supported by a dedicated staff. Then on April 6th, after just 3 testimonials in opposition and the mayor's reminder that the proposed language represented a relaxing of restrictions, the motions that followed effectively gutted the RV parking and storage policies. By accepting the word any, the council signaled indifference to how neighbors affect property appearance and value. By a 5-to-1 vote, the council disrespected and ignored the competent work of staff and the police chief. Worse, the actions taken at last council meeting have the effect of widening the gap between HOA and non-HOA neighborhoods. I urge you to rescind the April 6th motions and give yourselves time to at least consider the testimony from the public hearing. Return to the deliberate, transparent process that you initiated back in January. Continue the moratorium on enforcement if you wish, if you need to, but do not wait a full year to review what you've done to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Next up, Margaret Tweet. Or Douglas Tweet.
Douglas Tweet, Camas. I'm here doing an update on the interstate bridge replacement project. There's been some significant changes, and I thank Battleground for last year of going on record in opposition to the light rail aspect of that. And this is an update. So last Friday, the IBR project released their final environmental impact statement. And I downloaded it, and it's a mere well over 20,000 pages of information. I've been working through some of that. Big significant thing that's been in the news is the price has gone from $6 billion to about $16 billion. We're talking about the state and revenue. And tomorrow night, IBR executives will be at the CTRAN board meeting, to give an update and answer questions about it. And they've got some things trying to figure out how they're going to do this. Meanwhile, I sent to the city clerk this document. I don't have time to go through all of it. I'll just hit the highlights. You should have PDFs on your email. I give detail about, it's mostly about ridership and about the need for the light rail in the different portions. This I've presented before. This is an updated plot showing how this is ridership and buses across the I-5 bridge, both express buses and the Route 60, which is the only one that the light rail is going to replace. And COVID dropped things, but the people that would be taking the light rail, that take the Route 60 right now to the Max Yellow Line station, are only about 900 boardings a day or less than 500 people per day. And that has been stagnant for the last 3 years. Now, if we look at historical data, back in 2006, there was about 3,300 total people crossing the bridge, or boardings across the bridge. Now the total ones, including express, are about 1,500, less than half. In 20 years, it's gone down by less than half. The IBR is now predicting that by 2045, 20 years from now, it's going to go up 20 times to nearly 30,000, which is patently absurd. But that's what they're basing things on. And if you look at the diagram for what the bridge looks like and how things are distributed, you can see there's a lot more for light rail, et cetera. You can look at these details, but this plot kind of summarizes it. We look at 2019 data that IBR has presented. It's about 143,000 general traffic every day. about 14,000 freight. And then about 1,400 on the, that would be replaced by light rail, about 1,300 on express bus, and less than 300 people walking across. But you see the distribution of the spaces, almost half of this just goes to less than 3% of users. The other 97%, the trucks and cars and ambulances, are stuck in the rest. It's absolutely ridiculous. And there's ways they can do to improve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I want to note that Camas and Washougal also opposed light rail on the I-5 bridge. And there are still many good reasons to oppose this expensive $14 billion project, which, by the way, they are not specifying how many billions are allocated to light rail in this new budget. That would be a good question to ask. It'll be paid for by bridge tolls and higher taxes. And regarding this allocation on light rail, you notice the 34 feet allocated to light rail. That shares with nobody. Today, the lanes are shared with other vehicles. Freight, everybody shares a lane. This new plan is only light rail on 34 feet. And we have here almost 3 lanes. For pedestrians, we have 25 feet, 2 lanes of traffic, a ninth of the width of the bridge. Now, what is that based on? Well, according to the environmental impact statement, they did a 24-hour count on October 19th of 2022, and they counted 296 persons crossing on that one day. And it's based upon that analysis and that they have dedicated 25 feet, 2 lanes, to pedestrians, bicycles, and mobility devices. There was other data. They had set up counting stations, and there was other data which was never shared in the environmental impact statement, the draft. So we had no opportunity to comment on it. Now that the final's out, they say, well, we looked at that data and we determined that they said they revealed several irregularities in the data, and it was determined to be unusable. Wow, since 2019, they've had an opportunity to count the number of pedestrians, bicyclists, and mobility devices crossing I-5 bridge on average. We don't get an average, a single count. That is the kind of sloppy work, along with these ridership, inflated ridership forecasts, that we are not getting the information that we need to make reasonable decisions. We could save a lot of money if we didn't have 25 feet for pedestrian and bicycle path. It's 8 to 10 feet is the standard for a shared path. So we could do a lot better, but that's just one example of many, the ridership being the main one of the misallocation of funds to the smallest user groups. Please consider that when you attend the RTC and CTRAN meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Next up, Bev Jones.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to make a public statement. I believe that the Salary Commission is important. I do not think it should be eliminated. And I plan to throw my hat into the ring and apply for the open position number 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Bev. Next up, Dave Rowe.
Battlegrounds City Council and Mayor. I've been a resident of Battleground for 25 years. In 1880, The Chalachi Prairie Railroad was built to serve the citizens of Battle Ground and Clark County. Between 1915 and 1920, 4 million people a year rode trains in the Willamette Valley all the way up to Battle Ground. They built that bridge that Burlington Northern uses in 1908. And a lot of passengers went across that bridge along with freight. Until 1940s, that railroads were used for freight and passengers. Since the end of World War II, only freight trains have used those tracks. Portland Metro has released a future study to bring back regional rail service to the greater Portland area. The Chalachi Prairie Railroad tracks already connect to these tracks in Oregon. The Battle Ground City Council should consider joining in a bi-state passenger rail system. In addition to this interstate bridge, it's going to cost $14 billion. And it's only, they say by 1940, or 2040, the commute time will be not decreased, it'll be the same after spending this $14 billion. A regional rail system could be built for 1/4 the cost of the IBR and would reduce travel time by 1/3. The Cascades goes across from Vancouver to Portland in 20 minutes from Vancouver to Portland. Will the Battle Ground City Council support regional rail to Battle Ground? You should have a conversation with Portland Metro. I gave you a handout and it shows the corridors that's already there. Light rail is expensive because you have to build a new corridor, but with the railroad tracks that are there, all it needs is a passenger train, put on it and put a few stations. It's a lot cheaper and it can be built a lot quicker. So I gave you a handout, and I had a handout that I gave. It's a 20-page handout of the Metro study, and I think you should read it and consider, could we join with what they're doing to the south of us? I work in Lake Oswego, and I've been driving there for 13 years. Sometimes it takes me an hour and a half to get from Battle Ground to Lake Oswego. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Jessica Cole.
Hello, Council. My name is Jessica Cole. I want to briefly share about an event I attended last week called Keep Our Kids Safe. It was a community night put on by Shared Hope International. If you're interested in the training, I highly recommend going to Shared Hope's website to take their course titled Exploited, and there's some information on these cards about that. The event focused on preventing child exploitation and sex trafficking. There was a strong emphasis on awareness, online safety, and recognizing grooming behaviors. Chief Flynn spoke about last year's operation that led to arrests for child exploitation, while noting that these efforts only address a portion of what's happening. One of the biggest takeaways from this event was this: prevention matters. And one of the most important protective factors is whether people, especially youth, have strong, supportive, caring, and connected communities. This includes LGBTQ youth, who are more vulnerable to risk. These are kids here in our community who are paying attention to whether they are accepted or not. We know that when young people don't feel safe or supported, whether at home or in their community, They are at higher risk for things like homelessness, sex trafficking, abuse, substance use, and suicide. Prevention is also about whether people feel seen, valued, and like they belong, because when they don't, that's when risk increases. And that doesn't suddenly just stop at age 18. That's why actions that signal belonging matter. Something like declining a Transgender Day of Visibility proclamation may seem small. However, issuing it contributes to that sense of visibility, community support. For some people, that message can make a real difference in whether they feel safe and connected to their own city, or like they have to question if they even belong here. If we're serious about prevention, we have to look at the full picture, including the role our community and this council plays in creating safety, belonging, and a sense of being valued for everyone. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jessica. All right, and we will move on to the next area of the meeting, the consent agenda. Does any council member believe any items need to be withdrawn from this consent agenda? Hearing none, I'll call for a motion to approve.
Mayor, I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimous. And we will move on to the public hearings. Liz, is there any testimony that was submitted by the public for the public hearing that has not been yet provided to the council?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And we will start off by introducing the Deputy City Manager, Robert Ferrier, for the ordinance 2026-03.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Staff presented this item to the city council last month. The city of Northwest Natural Gas have negotiated a non-exclusive franchise agreement that authorizes the continued use of the city's right-of-way by Northwest to provide its services to its customers. Staff recommends the city council open the public hearing, take testimony, then consider and adopt the proposed franchise. That concludes my presentation.
All right, thanks, Rob. I will now open the public hearing at 8:26 p.m. For public testimony, individuals are limited to 3 minutes to provide comment on the ordinance 2026-03, which would approve a franchise agreement by and between the City of Battle Ground and Northwest Natural Gas. All comments should be directed to the mayor. Are there any members on Zoom, Liz?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Are there any members of the public who wish to provide testimony? All right, hearing none, I will close the public hearing. Seeing no further members of the public wishing to speak, I now close the public hearing at 8:27. And I will ask Liz to read the title of the ordinance, please.
Ordinance number 2026-03, an ordinance renewing and modifying the grant of a non-exclusive gas utility franchise to Northwest Natural Gas Company and fixing terms and conditions of such franchise.
Thank you, Liz. And I would entertain a motion.
I have motion to adopt ordinance 2026-3, approving a 10-year franchise agreement by and between the City of Battle Ground and the Northwest Natural Gas Company as presented.
So, all right. Motion by Councilmember Ferrer, second by Councilmember McCoy. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. And now we will move to the Battleground Municipal Code updates. Again, Robert.
Again, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This will be a tag team effort between myself and Mark and Kristen. At the last council meeting on the 6th, staff presented a series of proposed changes for the municipal code. Again, this is the spring 26 edition of this. Typically, we do this a couple times a year, once in spring and again in the fall. The general administrative sections, for lack of a better word, I will handle. Mark will address the changes for public works related matters, and then Kristen will do follow up with community development. For my area of presentation tonight, the one item that I wrote down from last discussion was some reticence on the part of the city council to adopt any changes that we had in regards to rabbits for the municipal code. The original draft that was presented to you had a limit of 5 that was struck from the code as was presented on the staff report. Does council have any other questions? Are there other items that we did not, that we did not include that you would like us to include before the item is brought back for an ordinance?
Yeah.
Anybody?
If not, I'll go ahead and pass the ball.
So in Title 12, I wasn't at the meeting, but Ryan reported back to me. There was a concern with the mixing of planter strip and parking strip in those terms. And so we looked and changed everything to planter strip. That's the definition given in Title 12. So we made it all consistent for that one. There was a request in 12-118-010 to add the definition of MUTCD. So that was added. And then there's a few other places where just some cleaning up the wording as suggested by legal. So those were all the changes I made from what you saw last time.
Good evening, Council. So you have 2 staff reports in front of you. If you recall, we kind of bundled them separately. We have the spring Battleground Municipal Code updates that Rob mentioned, and then we have a second set of updates that are GMA or Growth Management Act related. So I'm not aware of any direction to make changes from the last meeting in any of those community development / Growth Management Act sections, but happy to take any questions or answer anything that you might have related to those.
Moving on.
So yeah, if there's no additional questions, staff would ask council to please open public hearing to hear citizen comments.
Thank you, Chris. All right. I will now open the public hearing at 8:32 p.m. For the public testimony, individuals are limited to 3 minutes to provide comment on the proposed Battleground Municipal Code updates. All comments should be directed to the mayor. Liz, are there any members of the public on Zoom who wish to provide testimony?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Are there any members of the public here tonight who wish to provide testimony? All right. Do we have one? All right, come on up.
I guess.
Don't feel obligated, but.
No. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Please state
so
your name and place of residence.
I'm Daniel Lang. I am an engineer for Wolf Industries on behalf of them. Derek wanted me to give some comment. He's one of the owners. Thanks to Kristen pulling me up here. So we got the opportunity to comment on specifically the cottage code development. And the one thing that came up is putting them on a single lot was our issue. It's really difficult to get them to fit and meet the cottage development kind of the vision of it. We've done quite a bit of work in the community with cottage clusters, and we've kind of been a leader with it. So trying to get all that to work and hoping that we take some time to look at how that would work on an individual lot, how we would meet code, setbacks. You have to look at parking, tracks, utilities. So it makes it really difficult. Trying to stick with it. So that was, sorry, I'm a little stressed out.
You're good, you're good.
But yeah, I've been involved in a lot of design, worked on the engineering for it, previous firm for Wolf specifically, and they've become a leader in the industry on that. We've got a lot of experience with it. And so we do understand the reason for it. Individual, ownership we're obviously very supportive of that, but it's difficult to make it all work in the cottage cluster code situation. And so that was our main focus for, asking to be, looked at in the code, so.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Are there any additional members who would like to provide testimony tonight? All right. Seeing no further members of the public wishing to speak, I now close the public hearing at 8:35 p.m. No final action will be taken on this item tonight. Staff will prepare ordinances for a future council meeting, at which time staff will ask for a decision from council. And before we move on to business, I would like to take a quick 5-minute recess. Do you have something, Troy? Go ahead.
I would just like to hear what the Wolf changes to the cottage code would be, and maybe we could get those all to all of council on their proposed changes before the next meeting, possible. If the council agrees.
I can add a quick comment, and then if you'd like additional information, happy to follow up with that. The second staff report that was in your packet, the development regulations update, GMA required. I'm going to give you the page from the staff report, so I apologize if that doesn't align with your cohesive packet page numbering. But on page 10 specifically in the table, letter L, currently our code requires that each cottage unit or house be located on a separate lot, or that it needs to be a condominium. Planning Commission did hear some feedback from Wolf about their concerns around that and decided that they were more comfortable waiting to examine making changes related to that current language at this time. So again, happy to provide any additional details that you'd like, but that was the history I have up to this point as far as the request and the conversation that has happened.
Are you trying to get to? Yeah, there's a lot of pages on the staff report. Okay, so just for clarification, it has to do with individual ownership of a lot and then the way the cottage structure would be? Or?
So currently, we allow cottage clusters, multiple units. However, we expect them to be located on their own individual parcel, which yes, allows for ownership versus if we were to take that requirement away and multiple units could exist on one parcel, you kind of run into a situation more like, and I'll use this example because this came up during the Planning Commission meeting, like a manufactured home park where people perhaps own the structure, but they don't own the land underneath it. So they pay a rental for that space. And the concern from Planning Commission was that the idea of homeownership is not as readily fulfilled in that model, and you run the risk of rents potentially going up for the space. And so again, currently our code requires those cottage housing units to be on their own individual lot or a condominium type structure, which does allow ownership, but there's a few more hoops to jump through, and I'm happy to get you more details of what that would look like. So the proposal from Wolf was to eliminate that requirement of an individual parcel per unit so that multiple units could exist on one legal parcel.
And does the verbiage of that, does that align with GMA requirements, or is that just Battleground?
I believe at this time, Battleground has that regulation. Other jurisdictions don't necessarily have that requirement. So I believe we would be able to look at changing that, and we wouldn't be out of compliance with GMA.
Shane?
Kristen, could we, I mean, I see it similar to condominiums. Like why couldn't we treat it like condominiums, or why couldn't we have a zoning that would allow, like for this, that would allow those to be, if you're going to put in a cottage development, that would allow those to be sold off as individual lots, and just make it that way. If we're worried about the ground that they sit on, make it so that it is zoned as a cottage development, similar to like what we have right over here with the trailer park, except instead of allowing, you know, someone to own all the land and they own the homes, allow each individual in there to own the entire thing. And then maybe they have some type of a HOA that covers all the other spaces, that kind of stuff, but treat it more like a condominium or something like that, where we just do it through zoning and allow them to have higher density, but they actually own the footprint.
Yeah, and to your point, Councilmember Bowman, the current language states each cottage shall be located on a separate lot or shall be a condominium. So it is an option per our current code language. I do have Sam Crummett, our planning supervisor, on virtually. I don't know if he can speak more to what that would look like. I believe, and I'm not sure the reference to the Washington code. There's all kinds of additional steps that would have to be taken to establish a condominium, but we do currently offer that with our current code language as an option.
Because a condo does not have, I mean, it always amazed me, like, you know, I think of a condo as what I stay in when I go to Hawaii, not an apartment complex, right? And you go to Portland and a condo is an apartment complex that you just individually own each unit. And so if we could treat it similar to something like that, or make it so that we could have that flexibility in our zoning to allow for more of this type of stuff, I think it is a way to get into home ownership less expensive than traditional right now. You know,
Correct.
It's sad that we're at the point where you used to be able to buy a home 20 years ago for the cost of a small condo now. So, but I think that's how we could get around it and make it so it's affordable.
It's a great point.
Sam, do you have any input on this? I saw he unmuted.
I don't have much more to input. I think everything Kristen said is accurate and summarizes the Planning Commission. And I think the comments Councilmember Bowman made would be authorized in the current language in our code. I think the key difference is the direction Wolf would like to go, which is where Clark County is and Vancouver is, would be to not require condoizing or a lot. And then that would just be a scenario where you'd have kind of a tenant landlord situation. And our housing action plan that we completed a few years ago, one of the major goals in that was to, on one hand, affordability, of course, but the other one was to support home ownership. So at the Planning Commission level, there was good debate. I think they leaned toward ownership, keeping the code as is. And we were, I should say, the individually at a staff level and the Planning Commission were able to accommodate several requests that Wolf Industries made. I think they'd agree to that, but I think this was one where the Planning Commission wasn't willing to go.
Thank you, Sam. Councilmember Munson.
Me, oh, sorry. Thanks, Sam. That cleared it up for me. Um, it is difficult to become a first-time homeowner in this economy. And to Council Member Bowman's testament there, I'll give an example. In Woodland, the RV park out there was bought a couple years ago. So people own their double wide, their single wide or whatever. They don't own the lot that it sits on. And the new ownership out there almost doubled the lot fees. And they spent a year and a half in court trying to go get some support to get those lot fees reduced. They were victorious at the end of it, and they got some reductions in their costs. But at the end of the day, it was still a 60% increase in lot fees. So I would be supportive of smaller lot sizes that people could actually own. Tiny homes or whatever, they can be moved around if they need to be, but it's so frustrating to hear the stories of people buying something, a smaller unit, whether it's a trailer, mobile home, whatever, especially fixed income, right? And then they find that they get a new corporate owner of their property, and now they can't even afford to live there. So I would be in favor of the not colonizing it, if you will, but making some kind of zoning acclamation for single units so that people could afford to actually own something.
And from my understanding, that's, as Sam said and Kristen said, that's kind of how our current zoning is, right? So it's not forcing it like a mobile home park scenario. So kind of agree with the planning commission on that, I think. Okay, any further questions? I'm not seeing any. All right, now I would like to go into a 5-minute recess before my eyeballs float out of my skull. We'll recess at 8:45, return at 8:50.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. I've got a little bit more to do. Is Elise home yet? Oh, okay.
All right. The time is 8:50 and we will now reconvene the meeting. On to the business portion of the agenda. Liz, are there any communications that were submitted regarding business items that have not yet been provided to council?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. We'll move on to council compensation, Finance and Information Service Director, Megan Lowry, you are up.
Good evening, council. Tonight, council had requested a discussion regarding council compensation, specifically discussing the potential rescinding of ordinance 21-40, which was the original establishment of the salary commission. The staff report provided information regarding the 3 ways in which you can alter council member salaries. So if you have questions about that, I'm here to answer those. We also have the attorney on the line that can also answer questions. And I will note that any changes that are made by council for salaries would not take effect until new positions are elected. So for example, the 3 positions that go out for election next year, those changes would take effect January 1st, 2028. So all salaries would stay the same. And with that, I'll turn it over to council for discussion.
All right.
I'm ready to speak.
All
Mayor?
right, we have Councilmember Kuipers.
Yeah. So thank you, Mayor. First, I'll be interested to hear the reasoning or the why behind asking for this to be rescinded. I think that the Salary Commission is an important accountability tool. I think it offers the transparency. I have never seen a situation where we have the person setting their own salaries or debating their own salaries. So bringing that back in for council to debate is not something I would want to do for my own salary or anyone else's that I am trying to work with as a peer to get things accomplished in the city. So personally, I'm not in favor of rescinding, and I look forward to just hearing what other opinions are and what maybe some of the whys were for bringing this up.
So
Councilmember Munson.
I'll touch on that a little bit. This for me isn't about us pulling the salary commission duties away and negotiating new salaries. We have repealed the salary commission before. We've set our salaries a couple times before. The challenge that I found with when I was looking into this wasn't our compensation. It was actually, to me, and this is my opinion, the lack of transparency for it, because we can't find in our code like we used to before that shows our compensation. And so the other part of this that I had questions on, I've gotten some answers. I've gotten most of the answers, is the time it takes to set up the meetings, the staff's time, when just codifying what we currently have in a non-election year is the most open and honest way, in my opinion, to do something. So, I look back at some of the meeting minutes of the Salary Commission over the last few years. We had multiple times where there was a 3 or 4 minute meeting. And even though the meeting was only a few minutes, I think about the staff's time to set that up. And what they're going through. And then many times where we had meetings set up, but they didn't have a quorum. So as much as I think a salary commission is important, you can't really pull the data that you might look for through the salary commission because it's not codified. So at the end of the day, the reason why I brought this up isn't to necessarily make a change. It's just that it's a non-election year and I wanted to see where this current council sits with this position. That's kind of where I was at with this.
So is that, yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think Mr. Munson and I are the only ones that have been on council when we did not have a salary commission. And there's a couple reasons why I think a salary commission is important, and you know, please bear with me here because I've been around a little bit and have seen this. When I first got elected, you could go to an AWC meeting, and I think when I got elected, it was 2012, so I was 40 years old. There probably was not one person in that room that was within 20 years of me. It was old, retired, wealthy, maybe not so wealthy, but old retired people that had plenty of time. If we want diversity on our council, we needed to get younger people. And this community at the time had a lot of young families in it. And no offense to Mr. Nzinga, but he was one of the old retired people back then. So, but the challenge you had is we run a 4-3 cycle. So 4 of us are up for election every 2 years, 3 of us the following 2 years. So the way it worked was, if we wanted to do a salary increase, number one, council had to enact that before the election, and then it would only go into effect for either the 3 or the 4. So if I take a vote and it's not my election year and it's your election year, you're going to get the raise. I'm not. I won't get it until another 2 years and we run. And so we had, Mr. Ganley was here at the time, and I don't remember the exact number of years, but it was a lengthy amount of time that salary had remained the same. And so, and when we formed the first salary commission, it was new to the city, it was new to us. And the information that salary commission asked for became more political than it was just doing the job of looking at salaries. And so when they look at the salaries, they look at the same salaries that we use when we do salaries for any of our employees. They look at the salary range that AWC gives, and it will have compensation of all of your council members in that. And so you can take the high and low, and then you have to throw out your strong mayors because they're an administrator, and you look at the city of Anacortes and their mayor makes like $9,000 a month. So you throw that one out. But council members are council members, no matter where you're at in this state. And so then what you do is you figure out what that average is. Well, we hadn't had any compensation, that had increased in any of that period of time. So we did it twice. We did it 2 years in a row, and brought it up to, I think at the time it was about $800 is what we brought it up to. The other thing that happened in that same amount of time was in 2012, the state changed that you didn't need a salary commission for council to have benefits. There was other cities that were getting benefits for council members if they chose to take them, and the state had changed that, and so council members could take a benefit and get insurance. The challenge with it is the Association of Washington Cities is one of our pools that we get insurance through. The second one is Kaiser. The Association of Washington Cities, in their infinite wisdom, decide that we as a council are a separate group in a city. We don't fall under the rest of the city. And you have to understand why they say you're a separate group, because a lot of the people that made those rules sit on AWC's board, and they are strong mayors. And a strong mayor does not want to offer benefits to the rest of council. And so AWC said, in order to take the AWC insurance, which is the Blue Cross, we had to have 50% of our council take that plan, unless you had a salary commission. So if a salary commission says we authorize it, then AWC would recognize that. If not, you had to have 50% of your council take that plan. Well, not everyone's going to want it. Some may want Kaiser, some may not take it at all. And so that's why the salary commission came back into play, is the ability to give us the options of those that take insurance having 2 different options. The other thing it did is it took it out of our hands. We didn't have to vote on our salaries. And it was always kind of a contentious, because like, why do I care? You're going to get the raise. Like, you know, why do I care? And then 2 years later, you're doing the same thing. So now you got an independent board that has to be a citizen of the city of Battleground. And they send out the surveys to us, and they ask things like, hey, how much work do you do? What do you do? What is it like to be the deputy mayor? What is it like to be the mayor? You know, those are two positions that we bumped salaries. We bumped salaries for the mayor and the deputy mayor because there's a lot of work that goes in there that a lot of people don't understand. And so they make those adjustments, and those adjustments, they can increase them at any time. It gives them the flexibility to. Usually they will increase them with our budget. So they'll do an increase and say at the next budget. So I think it's a way better system, and I understand that it's another meeting, but what it does is it takes it out of the elected's hands. I've had probably no less than 6 people talk to me about this last week. And one of them, when I explained that the other option we have is council votes on it, they did not like that position, that we get to vote our own salaries. And this takes it out of our hands. It puts it into unelecteds that live in the city, that get the information they need from the city. Megan does a good job of providing them with the salary surveys that the Association of Washington Cities puts out. And then they make the decisions, and we really don't have a lot of say in outside of just the survey of what that does. And so then we don't have to be the ones that you know, say, hey, we took more than we thought. So that's a long history of how we got to here.
All right. Councilmember Munson.
Into this is, again, my position on this is not for an increase or decrease, but a codification so that it's out there for the public to see. If for some reason we go shorthanded with a salary commission by default and it's no longer effective, we would then revert back to the RCW, since that's the last codified known salary, correct?
Mr. Ellis can correct me if I'm wrong, but as long as we have at least 2 of the 3, I don't believe that we would be in violation of not having a quorum. Just like if we had vacant positions until you appoint, you can continue to still have meetings and vote. So we would have to have 2 of the positions vacant for it to revert, which then it would just be until those positions would be filled. And Mr. Ellis can correct me if I'm misspeaking.
I believe that's right, Megan.
So with all that being said, again, however the council chooses to go to it, to me, it's just whether we think where we're at is good or higher or lower, whatever. The codification piece of it for me is just that it minimizes the risks involved of the salary commission not acting at capacity, whether there's, you know, people dropping off or whatever the case is. But other than that, there's no intent other than the codification of where we're at.
Okay. I'm just going to say this. I agree with Jeannie on this. Councilmember Kuipers, sorry. My apologies. The only hesitation I have even looking at this is the default is now we're in control of our own salaries, and that doesn't seem right to me. And I believe and I trust most of council would do the right thing. And personally, I'd probably have a note raise kind of vote myself. But for transparency in the public, I don't know if that's necessarily what we want to have. I do understand Councilmember Munson's point of view, though. If we're putting all this together for a 3-minute meeting and it just says no action, or we don't have a quorum because 2 people didn't show up, that poses its own issues as well. But yeah, I don't like the idea of myself being in charge of my own salary. I don't think that's the right thing for me to do. Councilmember McCoy?
So I did a little research on the history of council salaries. And the two biggest increases, 50% and 50%, were council directed. Since the salary commission's been in effect, the highest percentage increase has been 8%, with the 5% and 3% as well. And I know the original intent of this meant to adjust it and I turned off, was not necessarily to increase it or decrease it, but I think the result of changing this would be. I think it adds politics into it. I believe having a 3-member salary commission is transparent. It's been working well. We haven't had any issues. And do we have a cost associated with how much those 3-minute meetings cost us? It's just you, Megan, isn't it?
Correct, it is just me. It's about 5-10 minutes of the time of the meeting and then getting in here, setting it up. If we don't have a quorum, all that information is still available. I hit cancel and then I just redate it for the next meeting when we can get a quorum there.
I mean, if people are concerned about that, you can always not take the medical opt-out. That would save the city $350 per month. There's lots of ways to make this financially better for the city, but the transparency, you know, if we have somebody who falls off the salary commission, I believe between all of us, we can find somebody willing to sit on it if the mayor can't. So I don't see, we haven't had an issue with this. There haven't been any decisions delayed. I believe right now the council member pay is appropriate. I don't see any need for wholesale changes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McCoy. Councilmember Ferrer.
I just have a question that for you, Megan. Do we have any issues at this moment with our annual committee members not showing up after you've put the time into it?
No, I think it's ultimately the first meeting is always a little bit of a struggle because it's not a routine meeting. And in this last case, one of our members actually had a meeting go long because we have it during the day, during working hours at 4:30 in the afternoon. So on occasion, work will go long for our folks and that happens. But after the first meeting, we typically don't have that issue.
And how, can you remind me how often you meet? It's just once annually,
It
correct?
depends upon the year and our commission members, and it depends on how deep of a dive that they're going. If they come in and they look and see that we're still within our comparables and looking at what other cities are getting, as Mr. Bowen explained, we use the same comparables as we do for our regular union folks and non-represented staff for comparable cities. If they see we're within those comparables, it's a very short discussion, which is ultimately why they end up being 5 minutes. When we first started the commission, they were much longer meetings and more in depth because they wanted more information. The surveys changed of what they wanted to ask council members. And so it was a little bit longer of a process. And there was multiple more meetings and we met once to twice a month all the way until September. And then we had to have the 2 public hearings. When they're in agreement, it goes very fast because there's not those discussions happening because they agree. So the longer meetings are when they disagree, if that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you. So at this point, it's probably running pretty smooth. And since there's always somebody cycling through, they're just learning from the other committee members and they'll probably continue to use this survey and the other tools that they have at their disposal to make these informed decisions.
Up until our most recent commission member had to remove herself from the commission because she moved outside of the city. They were all in their second term. So they've all been meeting together for multiple years. And so that's also why the meetings in the last couple of years have gone a little bit shorter. Again, our first 3 years, our first 2 years of this commission, it was different.
Okay, well, thank you. Just so we're all weighing in here, since everybody's weighed in, I feel like, so we can figure out where we're at. If we want to continue, be done with it. I'll just say my 2 cents is, I would think, although I understand where Councilmember Mutson his concerns lie, I would say I would, as a citizen, if I heard that council members are making their own, deciding what their paychecks are going to be, I probably wouldn't be happy about that. And so I've just got to look at that piece on how the average day citizen would probably be looking at it. Although, and I don't think this staff, I don't think anybody on this council would want me to be voting on our salaries, because I'd be like, we don't get nothing. So, yeah. But yeah, so I would say I'm not interested.
Thank you. Councilmember Kuipers.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Munson, for explaining some of your thoughts on this. What I'm hearing is it's not broken, with the exception that you have concerns around transparency or being able to find the information about what council's being paid at this time. So if the average citizen didn't know to go to the minutes from the Salary Commission and see in there, you're thinking something more visible would be helpful. I guess that's where the conversation needs to come in, is what do we need to do to help that concern? But maybe changing from a salary commission to an internal decision-making is kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak.
Deputy Mayor Vale.
Hello. I was just going to say that most of the questions that I had were answered by other council members, answered by staff. Wonderfully answering and having questions, answers available, which I really appreciate. I would say that just to make sure that I fully understand, so if we had a new salary commission come in and it was they didn't agree, how much time are we looking at staff dedicating? Are we looking at these being hours and hours and hours bi-monthly?
It would be it's very similar to when council is having a discussion and there's folks that disagree. Oftentimes what happened even in that initial where it was two had one opinion and one had another opinion, they weren't the same length of meetings as like what you guys would do when you have those conversations. They were about a half hour to 45 minutes. And then ultimately it was, okay, well, let's get this information. And it was very cordial. I can't imagine, it would just very much depend on who is on that commission, but it wouldn't be staff time other than the meeting itself and then getting the information. And ultimately what that looks like, I wouldn't know until we got there, because again, they drive the process. Staff doesn't say you shall do it this way, because that's not the intent of the commission. The commission is appointed in order for them to come at us. And we do provide, again, we always provide the comparables for the other cities, because that's important. They need to see what are other cities getting. We include the health benefits, we include the cost share, we include if they're a strong mayor, not a strong mayor, their AV, their sales tax, mayor council form, mayor manager, council manager, depending upon what it is. And as Mr. Bowman said, throwing those out and what that looks like and explaining why some of those mayor salaries are so high. So it would be very dependent. I don't have a crystal ball to know in that situation how much time, because it would very much depend upon who is on that commission, the discussions. If it got to a point where it was really, really long, I don't know what we would do at that point, but we haven't come to that problem, so I don't know.
Wonderful. Well, let's hope we don't. I think that fully satisfies any questions that I had. And I just want to, fully communicate that I would also be uncomfortable voting in my own increases. I think that is not a responsibility that I would like. And I do, though, appreciate Councilmember Munson's request for transparency. I think that transparency is extremely important. And I would love for our salaries and every other city employee to be easily accessible. I think that data should be disclosable.
I was going to say, we have not previously done it, but we absolutely can. We can post the salary schedule either where the other salaries are. We can post it under city council. I'll work with Alicia and Liz. Ultimately, we always it's required per our code to hand it over to the city clerk for filing, but we can absolutely get that posted as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. All right, any further discussion? All right, hearing none. And hearing no motion, we will move on. we come to the 2026 Q1 financial review. Miss Megan Lowry, take it away.
Okay, so we are done with the first quarter of 2026. And actually today was the first day of our state audit. So our draft ACFR or finalized ACFR, they don't let you start your audit unless you submit and say, this is our final, because you can't make changes after that. Any changes then result in an aggregation of errors, even though you caught it. So we always are very sure that we submit the most accurate that we can at the time of the beginning of the audit. They will be taking about 6 to 7 weeks. They'll have up to 4 auditors that are going to come in and look through everything. And as we've discussed before, accountability, financial statement, and then because our largest federal expense was ARPA, we're able to do a smaller single audit, which is fantastic because it saves us money. And so they'll come in and review for allowable costs, but they won't have to do any of the other costs or compliance requirements, which is great. Again, saving money. Our budget was $75,000 for the audit. It should come in lower than that because we don't have the full single audit. I don't have the draft yet. We will have an entrance within the next 2 weeks. They have to go through some planning and then they have to have their brainstorming. Once we have the entrance, everyone will be invited. It's a requirement of the state auditor's office. Typically the mayor represents, but if other folks want to come, you're more than welcome. We just need to make sure if we have a quorum, we post it. Okay, so a little bit of not great news. The first quarter, which is really only 1 month of sales tax activity for 2026, we did see a 4.1% decrease of City of Battleground sales tax. That's mostly coming from construction though, so that's not too big of a concern at this point in time. Overall, for the countywide though, if you look at public safety tax and criminal justice, which again, that's collected countywide, and then we get a proportionate share back based upon how that is laid out in RCW, there was an increase, whereas last year we were seeing the county was decreasing and we were increasing. So it just kind of shows you local versus countywide collections. And then I will say April 1st was the first day they started collecting our local 0.1% public safety tax, but we won't see that for 2 months. So forthcoming. Looking at the general sales tax revenue, again, this just shows you historic since 2019. That's only 1 month of activity, but again, 2025 was a record year for us at 5.9 million. So we're still in that realm, and projections are we should come in close to that based upon where we're at right now and how the economy is looking. Again, looking at total receipts and what we send to the state, about 3.4 million to the state, 370,000 to CTRAN, and then for mental health, criminal, transportation, our own TBD 0.1%, and then public safety 52,000, and then the county we sent 79,000. So total gross receipts estimated about 52.9 million for the City of Battleground. And then this shows you where the changes are happening. Again, like I said, the biggest decrease for quarter 1 compared to quarter 1 of last year was construction at 18.4%, slight decrease in retail, and then a slight more of a decrease in food services and lodging. And then the public administration, that's actually vehicle and equipment sales. So those were a little bit down for quarter 1. Our development activity though is rocking hard. There was an increase of 46% in single family permits. So we went from 59 to 86. Multifamily, we collected 1 compared to 0 in quarter 1, and then 4 compared to 2 in commercial. What does that mean for dollars? Overall, for development activity, we've collected 2.3 million, which is a 53.4% increase over 25 first quarter, which is amazing. If you take a look, I want to highlight the park impact fees. We collected almost $820,000 in the first quarter this year. If you recall, when we talked about park impact fees back when we set those, we were estimating at $1 million a year. We're already at $819,000. So that has a lot to do with the multifamily permit that came in because of how that calculation goes. So that's primarily why that is high. I will say development review is a little bit down, which just means that the things that are in the hopper are a little bit lower than they were last year at the same time. So we may see a little bit of a slag on the permit revenue and building permits as the year goes on, but that could very well pick up. Looking at our interest income, we're at 871,000 across all the funds compared to 942,025. We're just seeing those decreases a little bit. We still are very high comparatively historically. We're at 3.3 overall compared to 3.8 in 25. Very high level, again, we're just kicking off the year. We're at 10 million actual in our general fund revenue on our budget of 27.2. For our expenditures, we're at 6.4 compared to our budget of 36.6. So we're moving along. We're well within our targets for both as we kick off and getting into second quarter. Real estate excise tax, we are at 397,000 thus far. That is a little bit lower than where we were at in 2025, but it's still a very strong showing for the first quarter. Looking at the street fund, I spoke with Mr. Janes earlier today, and the reconstruction project, so that $9 million between the preservation and the $8 million surplus is going out. It's out to bid right now and will be, I like to say closed, but it's technically open on Wednesday next week. So we should have those numbers back, and hopefully they are favorable to everything we have in that. And we can get that scheduled and going. Looking at our parks fund, we're at 26.4% for our parks revenue. Our event center is doing very well in their collections and their rentals, and then park expenditures, we're at 21.1% budget to actual. And we always look at the target. Obviously, we're a quarter in, so 25% is usually your target when you're looking at these, but that depends on your projects and where you're at with repairs. Storm drainage fund, we are also doing well. We're at 13.4% for our revenue and 10.9% for expenditures, but that has to do with the little bulleted items. So our capital budgeted expenses include $2.7 million in capital projects that haven't kicked off yet, and then the offsetting revenue of $2.1 million. For our water fund, we're at 16.5% for our revenues and 15.6% for expenditures. And again, the expenses include $4.9 million for capital projects, which aren't really kicking off yet, and then the offsetting $4.7 million in budgeted revenues to offset that. I will say I did also speak to Ryan, Mr. Janes, about where the reservoir is at, and it's supposed to be completed in July, which will be the last of our ARPA money, so the American Rescue Plan Act money. I just submitted our 2025 report to the the Federal Treasury Office, and we have $433,000 left of that $5.9 million that we invested back into our utility system, which saved us some rate revenue or rate increases. So excited to get that done. And then looking at our sewer fund, sewer revenue, we're at 19.5%, budget to actual, and expenses 24.5%. Again, these are closer to your targets because the capital expenses are much smaller. So we have about $500,000 in capital expenses budgeted for those projects, and then the offsetting $500,000 in revenues. Looking at our total debt outstanding, it hasn't moved much. We have outstanding Scott and Way bonds of $2 million, the water revenue bond of 1.1, and then our sewer $4.4 million bond. And then overall cash investments, again, the majority of our funds are still at LGIP. And then we also utilize the county pool, and then we have some long-term investments that we do ourselves, and then we have our money in our local bank to pay for our various things. And I will say the majority of these cash balances, these are not just funds we get to go spend on whatever we want. As you know, when government charges funds, our rates, our special revenues, they're very restricted to very narrow focuses. So the majority of this is already spoken for. So are there any questions with any of that? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Megan. All right, moving on to administrative reports. Are there any administrative reports from staff this evening?
No, there are no additional reports.
No reports. Moving on to council communications. Are there any council member communications this evening? We have Councilmember Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple things. One of them, I just wanted to let council know. Had the opportunity over the last month, we had with Fire District 3, we had 3 cadets in the academy at the State of Washington Academy. And I had the opportunity to go up for get trained and go up and do a burn with them and go into the burn room and watch our recruits work. And it was very humbling, I guess you could say, to see what these recruits do. Had the opportunity to number one, the gear that they gave me was a captain's gear, and I'm pretty sure the state of Washington thinks that Fire District 3 has the dumbest captain possible, because they were explaining a lot to me what's going on in these rooms, and I had a captain's hat on, so I should have known that. But watching our recruits go through the different levels of training and what they needed to do to provide for our community when they came back. Last week, we had the 3 of them graduated. 2 of them graduated on the engine crew, which is the top 4 of the class. And 2 of the top 4 were recruits of ours that are coming back to Fire District 3, and we'll be working in the city of Battleground. To go along with that, had the opportunity to talk in detail, not only with the state fire marshals and stuff at the academy, but also with our fire marshal, who is Fire District 3's chief. And you guys all received a letter today from Chief Drone, who is the fire marshal for the city of Battleground. And this has to do with the ordinance that we approved last meeting. It has to do with RV parking and cars. And I thought it was important because when we make decisions, and I brought this up a couple meetings ago, that we needed to check with fire to determine what their opinion was before we changed our ordinances. And in the letter, I just want to read real quick. It says, from a fire and life safety perspective, the removal of minimum separation distances introduces conditions that can increase the potential for fire spread. RVs and travel trailers are often constructed with lightweight combustible materials and commonly include propane systems, fuel sources, and electric components, which can contribute to the rapid fire growth when units are placed in close proximity. Separation distances remain one of the most effective tools for reducing fire exposure between structures. I think it's important that we, and I wasn't here, so I'm not on I wasn't on the losing side or the prevailing side on this vote, but I think it's important that we look at and we talk to the professionals that deal with this stuff before we make laws or ordinances or change laws and ordinances that could affect other people's property. Now, I'm all for property rights, and one of the things that I brought up was there's a neighborhood in this town that has, it's a private neighborhood. It has no HOA, has a defunct HOA, and there are many RVs, there are many cars in yards, there are many things that are blocking ADA access and could be potential fire hazards. And there's nothing we can do about it because it's a private neighborhood. We could do something about this. And I tend to think that as a council, when we make these kind of decisions and we get a letter from your fire marshal or those people that do this for a living, and they say there is potential by lowering the minimums and allowing more, or increasing the minimums and allowing more vehicles and this type of stuff to be stored, that it could affect more people than just myself in my house. And when a professional tells you that, I would think there's a certain amount of liability that we take on because we make a decision that goes against those that would are in the know and do this for a living. And so I would love it if council brought it back. I know this is additional information that was given to us, but I think that there is a reason why we have codes for this kind of stuff. And not only does it put potentially our neighbors in risk, but it puts potentially the 3 new recruits that we just brought in at risk too when they come out to assist in if there is a fire in a situation like that. RVs are different. People live in them. People, they're plugged in. All those type of things add to this. And so the other thing that was brought up that I think council may want to look at is I have a lot, and I'll just use me as an example. I have a lot that I could fit 3 45-foot trailers on down the side in my RV parking. We as a council just made it possible for me to sublease my RV parking. And I can put it out there and say, hey, if you want to pay $200 a month, you can put it at my house. And it saves you from paying $400 a month somewhere else to do this. One of the things that I have heard that might be beneficial for us is to say that only RVs that are licensed to the property owners can be stored there. That they can't sublease their property. So I just want to throw that out there and put it on the record. It's up to the council to bring that back. I don't have a dog in this fight except to tell you that this was a letter that was from your fire marshal, and I would recommend you all read it. It should be in your email. Thank you.
Councilmember McCoy.
Well, I would make that motion, but I can't. I just wanted to report out for those that weren't aware, Battleground Education Foundation had a fundraiser this Saturday. Thank you to the city manager and some people in the audience for being there. A main reason for that was to fundraise for the SROs, the school resource officers, with the levy failure. The fear is Clark County and potentially us may not pay for the full weight of that. So if you're not aware and you want to be involved, please reach out to me. I may know somebody involved with that foundation. But I wanted to thank Officer Quiggle for coming to the fundraiser. It was very impactful. We had some students speaking and just talked about the impact of those school resource officers and how she saw officers completely did a 180. It was very powerful. So if you want to reach out to her, she's a student rep on the school board, Eitzel. So she was amazing. So thank you.
All right, one last thing that I have. I got some ridership data for C-Tran lines 47 and 7. Thank you, Chris, for supplying that to me. I went on their website. I was having a hard time finding it, but this is from average daily ridership. Just the numbers, and then I just did some rough math to multiply by 30 to estimate the total annual ridership at 155,901 for 47 and 7. That's on again, annual basis. Combine that with the daily average time 30 to estimate for the current. So did the same math for the current from September 25. That brings us to a grand total of 158,508 for rides for last year. Again, the current not being in full swing yet, but so just kind of doing some rough math that costs us, again, my math could be way off on this, but I think it's not, about $30 a ride for somebody to ride C-Tran. That's what the city pays per ride, per rider, with the amount of money that we pay C-Tran. Now, I don't say that to discourage anything, but I think it's important that we understand that the rates keep going up, and I'm glad that we have the current, and I'm glad that we have line 7 and 47 to service Battleground. But I'm very hopeful that we can get some additional ridership to help balance that out because the cost to us is not going down anytime soon. And so I would just like to encourage people to ride the bus and the Current. Also note that the Current is free to students who want to ride it, especially in the summer. You want to get a ride into town, you want to get a ride or into Vancouver, you want to get a ride to the skate park, whatever that is. Utilize that thing because we're already paying for it. So that's all I have on that.
Mr. Mayor, could you just send an email or something with clarification on the numbers?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll just forward you what I got from Chris, but
Okay, thank you.
ridership data. Yeah, I can do that. Let me write that down. Okay, now, any other council communications for this evening? Not seeing any on the board. All right, pursuant to RCW 42.30.110I or 1I and RCW 42.30.110IF, the city council will enter into an executive session to discuss with legal counsel representing the agency matters relating to agency enforcement actions or to discuss with legal counsel representing the agency litigation or potential litigation to which the agency, the governing body, or a member acting in an official capacity is or is likely to become a party when public knowledge regarding the discussion is likely to result in an adverse legal or financial consequence to the agency, and to receive and evaluate complaints or charges brought against an employee. However, upon the request of such employee, a public hearing or a meeting open to the public shall be conducted upon such complaint or charge. The session will last 30 minutes, commencing at 8:30 or 9:36, and I wish it was 8.
Mr. Mayor, this is the clerk.
Go
The-
ahead, Liz, what do you got?
The clerk requests 2 minutes to set up the Zoom.
All right, so let's go ahead and start this at 9:45 to commence until 10:15, unless otherwise extended by the mayor, with possible action to follow.
Mics are hot.
All right, after the executive session, I call this regular meeting back to order. There is no action that'll be taken at this time. I will announce that the next regular city council meeting will be held Monday, May 4th at 7 p.m. No study session is currently scheduled. This meeting is adjourned at 10:15.